exactly 6 inches between you and the car in front of you, so that that person doesn't dare get in front into the line. But when you look at it from the perspective of the 10th level point, like if you let the car in, two cars in, or if you let one car in, the person in front of you later, everyone stopped basically. So you know what? Especially if you look, obviously, I do, then just let them in. Be a nice person, and it just shows a little extra level of kindness. And that's T10 and Adliako. Say, for example, you're going to work in an office building, you get into the elevator, and the elevator doors are just above the and I think you'll decide to watch the 11th one. We're into the 11th level of forgiveness as described in the Talmud Torah of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Basically, as we mentioned in the previous video, 11 and 12 are a triad. Level 10 is suggestions for how to deal with the average person, strangers, people you don't know or have very casual acquaintance with, and they seem to have, average level of morality and decency and so on. This level but because of their professions, they're involved here about them. They're all people, like, for example, teachers who often forego more lucrative careers in order to make sure that people are kept or something like that. But they're always, lending a helping hand, always care for others and without necessarily doing so for a monetary. My first inclination would be to react, but in reality, there's lots of for the outcome. Because all of this
And they never said anything. I just don't like the guy. I'd rather not like someone. You're a shitty person.
But just as Abraham is someone who's constantly looking for opportunities to benefit travelers, with hospitality and things like that. Very, very good quality. So, it's interesting people who are like Robert, who always
hear about the person
brothers,
I say about the person so much when I was friend of this person, it bothered me so much that they would take a shot at me.
a little bit hard to forgive them because they are always
together.
they have
Don't respond to that.
It so bothered me. I was like, your silence is perfect. Don't say anything. Just let it go. This person.
That's
But like, yeah, it's not that talking about. So the second person they were discussing was marriage. You know,
how to deal with the strange
I got
level 10
this stuff going a lot.
that seem to have normal levels. Level 11 just one area that deal with people you know well, and so it's a little easier to use these kind of strategies. So this one is basically it refers to a Jewish concept called shared, I think, many that the righteous ancestors of a person give you a couple of examples that I'm taking from the book. One is, for example, in Abraham's family, finances. Therefore, let's say we had a joint account, and let's say I wrote a check, my wife wrote a check, something like that, and we didn't calculate things properly, and oh my gosh. Therefore, checks your savings on 13. So every school level accumulated merit from professional client to this wayward child, descendant of another example. Of the Abrams family. Thank God we have a fairly large family, and everyone has a cell phone. Well, all members are a little too young yet, but just they have I've carried bill for all of them. Some of my children much more than others. Others of my children we have like a bucket of data and voice minutes by the cell phone provider. Sometimes one of those children will go over their allotted share of 20 minutes of sleep. However, there's this great concept, this great feature. Previous months, when those
my life doesn't get better if I never friends. Neither does his. So
data from those months.
I think he's a great guy. He's such a talent. He's a great podcast.
The cell phone providers have this from the current situation. So that's the part they apply to the current one. It is a band-aid. It's take care of the situation. Because really, we never want to touch the road of savings. We want to have a bigger and give that over to the nation. And it's considered highly unfortunate to have to draw on savings. But nevertheless, if the savings are there, then it's time to use them for emergency. So how does this relate to everyday life? So Tomer Devorah says that when you're dealing with someone that you don't know very well, who really is trying so hard, you've even thought about using one, you just don't have any place to grip and say that I'm going to use it. So then what's do? But, we all go back to Albert. Warm others. I at least have to get count of our shared history. This can also be applied certainly to general humanity as well. We all share the same human condition. And to say, look, this particular person is, look, this guy is. You think in the back of your mind you were going to go like an 8 to 2 year plan? You know what I mean? Like, how'd you get this number? Once again, we kind of get started with the fire. It's like,
We're here because if those who live this way, you're the Palisades. He's like, don't wait for the government. So we did our so well in the pandemic. My guys moved. My wife just wanted she's from here. Her family. House up the next day for sale. It's up for sale. And then when those sold, like, oh shit, it's getting real. And then for me, it got real when I had to shut down my fish tanks on Saturday. I was like, oh shit, I'm really hating that. So I think it's just time. I think it's good for the kids, for them to see a little bit of adjustment. Everyone's a little too comfortable. And it's just, whenever I make these big moves, it always works out. So I think it's good. In regards to talent, because I see kind of this rock comes out around, his bears and stuff like that. So I told him when this thing was. I told him, I said, I'm leaving. And he has his family. Well, any pressure? Yeah. So he was like, yes. He went out before he did the campaign. And he came out like 2 days early. And I don't remember doing all the neighborhoods. I looked at like 30 homes. And still didn't make a decision. I had to go back and tell him, bought the house. Then tell people, like, 2 weeks later, he's like, you still don't have that house. It's great. He's like, oh, I moved. I'm like, oh my gosh. Studio still. Is it really? He's like, no one's there to take it. I'm like, why did I pay, dude?
I've experimented with it and tried to
Go back and forth. So, it's a big move, man. I think it'd be good for us. I'm not a man.
really want to do it. Sometimes you gotta do it. Live there for the facilities that are paid our live all the time here. And that's when I started to find any other way to be able to.
Brian Kelly, a residency
That's the scary thing here about
at the Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. Talent is going down to 10 weeks.
the moment.
Brendan Schaub is following him down there.
Meeting him, you look
He's
at that
following.
person, you say,
Brendan Schaub isn't doing any stand up at the combat, and he knows that. He knows this, and he's like, I'm not going to let what happened with C.O. Vaughn when he moved to Tennessee happen again, so I'm following
look
him
at that
down
person
there.
as an adult
But there's
with a
conceivably no
scowl on their
reason
face,
for him to.
saying terrible things to you.
And like, that was a
Trigger
hard
energies
thing
and
he said
attach what that person
about, time for my kids to move to Austin. They're getting a little too comfortable. Like, what? We know that his wife is completely
What kind of wrong
against this
decisions
move.
did they make
And
that created
since a
that
while,
spiral of
she was like,
negativity
yeah,
that
no,
found the place they are in?
she doesn't doesn't want to move to Austin.
Sympathy for him.
The scene for him is completely dead.
The
But the
things
fact
that have
that
happened
he still doesn't
moments of
realize
innocence when they were a child.
Callan doesn't
Until
want him down.
their encounter
See, I was
now.
of the thought that maybe he does know, and he's just going anyway. But hearing him explain that now, he's too stupid to figure out, hey, dummy, Callan doesn't want you down there.
Do it.
He just doesn't have the heart to tell you yet. Kind of messed up on Callan's part that he's going to allow
now they're
him
terrible
to shop to make this move when,
deal with
6 months to a year from now, Callan's just going to eventually have to tell him, yeah,
Month is a very, very good one.
there's no should just tell him now. Down to Texas, and he's going to try and buy that green room at the comedy mothership. I wonder if there's going to be an exception for
Special
Brendan
love
Shaw.
that exists.
Will there be an exception? The only non-performing guy in the green shop
Marriages
because he plans on following Callan.
So
That is going to because all shop
reasons to join with each other very, very powerful.
we know that Marco.
Do
So I wonder if at that club, Shaw's going to be throwing around Rogan name even though he's not going to be performing.
drag up the
Because
energy
Joe
that we
Rogan
get from whenever he goes
won't
on.
let him on stage to
Use that energy to walk away the answer.
that he freaking quit stand
That's
up.
really what the 13th Club was.
Well, he quit it because Joe Rogan
Series with a story had a huge impact on me. Something that happened to me that really drove home this 13th Club. And again, everybody turns out
at all, right? Because kids are growing this way. The thing, if you have little kids, it's different, right?
can't stand it.
Bossy's more down than Tiger.
I spent many
When
years
Tiger has a good
as
game
a
like
middle
dominates,
school teacher.
but good, right? You've been falling out.
Tuition
That's
deal,
all I need.
paid for other kids' tuition.
Literally.
And you know, when I went to university, I had all
So
these
that's what I'm saying. There's nothing. Yeah, maybe. I don't.
the middle school,
We don't because. So you give up a lot when you
I didn't get any
I can
respect.
tell you, and you
You know,
can
they
tell
really
me.
have to
them, and like, and that's what's important.
Reset.
Like, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
While the boys were
I think it's meant for those people, for those dads, like grinding and then their kids' success is to me, and I realize,
all of the pure life, all the slings and arrows go, they just
prefer this thing. Making money. It's just yeah, it's all good. It doesn't mean it's the right way. I can speak because when I was 50, 3 or 54, I was on 2 TV shows. And so when I right away, I was like, I literally come to LA and draw a line through everything I said. And then, you know what happened to me? I was like, holy fuck, I started to feel, I was spending so much time I didn't know what to do with myself. I was like, I was taking a break. I was thinking it was such a weird feeling. I totally love it. And suddenly I was one of my kids, my first one of my first kids grew up. I just looked at that and I think about everything. Someone could, but I was wild, you know, I was wild. Drink all the whiskey ever, you won't drink any whiskey up. I'm just doing things I shouldn't be doing. Like, me and Joanne's discussed that. It's just going down a bad road, not being the dad I wanted to be.
okay. Anyway,
I wasn't happy. I was making more. You weren't present in any. Nothing. For the podcast, the show, I could see nothing. I just going. Never this show. I feel like I need to show stress and everything.
never all the
Yeah, that's what I know to do. Yeah, I was miserable. Making more money than I've ever made, but miserable. Miserable. Yeah. So growing up, it's like, you know, like with that UFC money I've come in, like, if this was 2 years ago, that money spent before I even get the job, I would have spent that money on a car or something. And so I got allocated the new CR1, super hard to get. Very expensive, like $207,000 car, fastest American prime. Expected out. How much? My check? Yeah, that's not very smart. That's not smart. That's not smart. So that's why I did. I don't get twisted. Daddy still has problems. It's honest. I want to see how it was. 2 years ago, that spent before it even hit the
come back and
Alright, I haven't done that. I don't even care what it is.
little comments on what I really enjoy
Even friends and
participated in with others.
It's kind of
Short
having
video
the
is
this
go through all 13
bullshit.
like a review of all of them, and then I'll give you some resource for how you
You quit
can do the next
stand-up.
level of stuff.
They quit stand up.
First
You got fired.
level, first attribute, I
The
call
world
that
fired you
self
from stand up. You couldn't sell anything.
You recall that was
You're
a
still
very holistic
traveling
idea
just
that,
as much.
you know, God is
Just as
always
a motion
giving
to
us
go
energy,
buy a car.
and we're taking that energy
What
at
was
the
that
same
thing
time
he
it gives
was
it to us.
saying right there? I'm
So
not going
too,
to buy a
we
car
have to
today. I don't
realize
have it. I think that
God
I
can
am.
give us
He said I talked to Joanne about it.
Holistic idea of the creatures that are made manifest by
just ask me anything you scams and you can
so
go
if God
email.
stay armed
Real question.
longer.
So I had to stop the
The
clip
third
right
level, take care of your first life.
You might
That's
go
the
on to say
one
the most important thing ever.
way of
I don't care. I can't. This man is already in his mind.
Delegated off. So too, we ourselves have to invest in that. Our parents actually go the extra mile.
That's the saddest part of it all. That truly is.
The fourth level, remember the family, fundamental
Someone needs to set the guy down like a rope.
Since this is a work of Jewish especially
Once again, going after my YouTube channel, even though he lost the federal law,
sometimes you
so let's go through this. I got this email. This is not a copyright strike. It doesn't bring the job of
instead of trying to fight the rip tide, try to stand out to the rip tide. All my favorite never makes your life. That's the one. You know, when you're angry with a person, you need to be able to have in reserve compared to that some kind of mental habit or something in your head. A memory of something this person does for you or did for you in the past or a characteristic that you
he's trying to have the ad revenue from that video,
and it's very hard to be angry with anyone when they do something.
which he's not allowed to do. There's a whole lawsuit. I doing this a couple of weeks ago with that Chris D'Elia video. I disputed it.
Number 7.
They dropped.
And this is the level. Let's speak about.
He's not using it.
Talmud says that
She's not allowed to.
person who has repented
He trying to circumvent
never
that
sinned at all.
decision because
Certainly
you know
should
what would
have
happen.
addressed those
YouTube would delete his
relationships.
channel. We could copy.
Yes.
Because he already lost it. So sad.
Level 8.
His career is destroyed.
This is the
His
idea
new
that
copyright kicked
God
in,
has
but
a special
his
space
channel,
where
his
no
podcast is so
any
dead.
of God's children.
Ad revenue off of my videos for it. The numbers I get on any videos are Brendan Shaw videos.
Remember that their essence, they are beautiful.
But his channel is so dead.
They make mistakes from time to time, nevertheless.
His podcast, I would buy bots to watch
Number 9,
videos.
burying the
It
past.
takes YouTube a
The
while
level
to
it talks about
actually give
symbolically
update the numbers. That's why when they upload a video, I say, hours, which is
Getting rid of that
that
object
means
visual sense.
YouTube isn't counting the bot
Dissipate your anger.
They eventually
Tenth
they don't
level,
initially count it because they're
really
not
like
trying
the
to
anger,
have
but you know what?
to
It's
buy
not going to hurt you to
bots
go just
to watch. YouTube video.
let a person
Try and
line
make money because you goes through that.
The 11th level is, you know what if you're doing that person
bombs.
actually does.
So it's kind of dumb. The only reason why anyone would do that is to just try to
12th
keep
level.
appearances.
That's
I will give OP this credit. OP hasn't done that. I mean, it
there what you
may
have to do
be
is say, listen,
pathetic
this
to
person
see an OP video drop
really
in a game.
is, you know,
Whoa, look out, look at
your
300.
ancestors were
That
much
is
better.
sad, but at least he's not
Of course,
buying
you can always rely on the
so
idea
where
that you share
every video
ancestors, which is
20,000
but also the concept of
views
salvos
and
is great to
50
see.
comments.
But
That
even
makes
for every
no
human
sense,
being,
and it's a
back to
waste
say,
of
you know
money.
what, their
But Brendan
parents
now,
that's a great level.
that's sad. You need 20 bucks. Aren't you getting a body?
Every
You go and
person,
dodge right
no matter how much they are seeing children, but nevertheless, if you can reach in and you can see that in them. Very clearly, the requirements
All this was built by
study
man. You don't have man going straight up, straight down. Oh, Bravo, quiz. So his wife's like, I'm so bored. He's like, oh, yeah.
So,
This is building your trucks.
first of all, visit my website.
Ford built those trucks.
Yeah, right at the bottom here.
But I'm
I
not
put online, like,
really, dude? I'm getting my hands dirty. It was me super involved in this
and
project.
that's the third bit of
Just handed
reading.
off to somebody.
But, you know, that's
Consider
you
you
can see the
dirty.
actual words of the
All right, we're on the home
which I have
stretch
only
here. Your
selected
boy's been busy. I've been
You get a
all
lot
over
more
the boys here. The shop.
Right.
And a lot has happened.
Download is
You're now trying a career that's
commentary
and
on
it won't.
the
It's just
translation,
simply not
and then
going
finally
to.
there with these
It's just
practical
the next.
where you could apply this to the world around you a little more vividly. And I was
So they tried to thing again. I disputed it. They have now dropped it. But this is the second time they've done it. First it was on the video where I did of him leaving the Golden Hour podcast. And then on the and I wrote in a dispute thing that if this happened again, they're gonna dispute it. I'm just gonna
Well, very quickly then. Tonight's lecture, we're really pleased that I hope they do great next year. We also received another $100 donation just so that was really sweet. It's something useful for our students and our graduate programs, our undergraduate programs. We also want to give 3 interns. I think we have 2 of them here today that might hear this. Let's see if they can hear. Ms. Grossman, are you there? Ms. Feldmaus? I don't know if they can hear us, but anyway, I'll let them know that we definitely thank them. They take care of all the details with the food and things like that. They also were really great at working hard on figuring out how to promote these lectures on the web and design flyers, parks, and all kinds of things. So I'm really pleased to have him there.
Okay, great.
Okay, let's go straight to the material. Then tonight's topic, fascinating topic, controversial topic. Someone who embodied Israel in its contemporary attempt to be, even though he was born in Israel, property is the first ruler of Israel. One of his contemporaries that he was secular Jew ever had. Ironically, but this is part of the contradictions that represent the state of Israel. Several of them in the piece. A controversial piece, and we'll look at the reasons for the controversy. Ultimately, an assassin's bullet of peace, and it is still an elusive piece to this very day. David, can I ask you that? Some photographs give you a sense of his family background, and his mother from Belgrade, Rose. Because of her socialist very briefly last week, the worker that tried to create a political philosophy, Marxism, was the principal ideologue behind this movement that had its greatest impact in the former Russian Empire, but many of the youngsters came to Israel and founded the kibbutz movement, and ultimately they formed the core of the Labor Party, which dominated the 1970s. So here's a photograph of Rosa and her son Yitzhak on the right, and her daughter Rachel on the left over here. Another photograph with his father, also of course his sister Rachel. Father Nehemiah Rubitsov was from Ukraine. He actually emigrated to America, and he spent about a dozen years working in Chicago as a tailor, which is a traditional kind of trade for many Jewish immigrants, the needle trade. My own grandfather, Oliver Shalom, and my father, Oliver Shalom, were in the needle trade as well. Then he eventually moved to Israel, also for socialist Zionist reasons, where him and his wife had their first son, Yitzhak, their only son, Yitzhak, in 1922. Later on, of course, Yitzhak went through the ranks, and in the context of World War II, he met his wife Leah Schlossberg, and he married her. They remained married until his assassination in 1995, and she died 5 years later. She was, of course, very much intertwined with his political career. You should see that a small financial peccadillo actually brought him from the government as a result of his wife having a bank account that was illegal. His life, as I mentioned, really could be traced out through his wars. I've only chosen a few of them because really there's tremendous detail forming his national identity, and Rabbin was personally connected to that identity. In fact, he was a role model. What was a sabra? The term, particularly for those in the Indian, I'm sure everyone in the room is familiar with the term sabra. It means cactus, and it's sort of like a symbol for the Jews Brooklynites, but what does that mean? It's just a place name, right? They have like names for people who are in certain places. A sabra, the cactus flower, is very luscious and moist. moist on the inside, very tasty, but on the outside, of course, it's quite spiny and impossible to eat. So that's sort of like an emblematic of the Israeli character, hard on the exterior and maybe rotten food, but on the inside, very warm and hospitable and so on. Once when I lived in Israel back when I was 18, living on a kibbutz, there was this Australian guy, and we spent a lot of time together, Canadians and Australians, and beer. Three of us were inseparable. And I remember once he found a cactus flower, and he decided just to peel the outer skin very quickly with his knife, and he popped it into his mouth. Then he realized, of course, that those mature spikes on the outside of the cactus actually come from little tiny immature hair-like spires on the inside of the cactus. And his mouth was full of these things. He had to go to the doctor, and they had to carefully tweeze his mouth one by one. What a story. Anyway, so he was a Sabra who was formed in the crucible of Israel's wars. In particular, he was associated with a pre-state military formation called the Palmach, which later was absorbed into the Haganah, or the Defense Force, which became the Israel IDF, the Israel Defense Force, which is actually, the word Haganah, to defend, is built into the modern term for Sahal, the forces for the defense of Israel. It was not an easy, quite a bit about the small antagonism he had with great figures, the first prime minister of Israel, who wished to break up the Palmach and not allow them to have an individual identity within the IDF. But that's more detail than we need to go into here. Let's have a look at Israel at the verge of its independence, because this is his initial military experience. This is the 1947 UN partition treaty, or partition plan of 1947. You'll recall a very quick lightning tour. 1918, the British take over the land of Israel from the Ottoman Empire, and applications of the United Nations, then called the League of Nations, really its predecessor, decided that the British control the region, also Transjordan, the other side of the Jordan River, and so on. This left Israel in an administrative character called the British Mandate. It was controlled by Britain on behalf of the United Nations. The arrangement was not really workable. The Arabs were dissatisfied with the increasing Jewish immigration to Israel. The Jews moving to Israel wanted more power, more self-government, and this was only accelerated after the Holocaust, where there were so many refugees, something like 20 million displaced people after the war ended, and many of them Jews wishing to go to a new homeland rather than try to recreate their lives in war-destroyed Poland. So ultimately what ended up happening is the British, after trying to negotiate between Jews and Arabs and finding themselves at the expense of violent attacks, they decided to simply give it back to the UN, and the UN thought about it while they came up with a very unworkable plan, which divided the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. This sort of area here was supposed to be the Arab state region, very tiny connection between them. The orange color was the Bush, and finally the region of Jerusalem, national zone. It belonged to the international community, who belonged to neither Jews nor Arabs. So when I teach this to undergraduates who are not necessarily familiar with the history of Israel, they're always amazed when I say to them that at this point, the Arab nations rejected this really bizarre, unworkable map, but the Jews, to my 18-year-old student's surprise, accepted it. Even though it was really an almost impossible amount of territory to defend, it of course did not include Jerusalem, and there was a huge swath of territory between Jewish areas and Jerusalem. where Jews actually live. The regions that we saw on the previous map were supposed to more or less correspond to the demographics, meaning where they gave territory to where Jews live. It's actually even thinner. The number of Jews living in a lot of these regions was tiny. And so everyone expected at that time that the Jews, of course, would be thrown into the sea so shortly after the Holocaust and after a brutal war just over a year, they ended up being able to actually consolidate territory, face to the world, and the state was revived. Rabbbi was involved in several important maneuvers. At this point, we should recall that his genius was in logistics, in operations, which was a very important part of war. Not so much the artillery or the SEALs or the Air Force, figuring out what go where, what has to be placed there and when in order to supply lines and munitions, things like that. So he was charged with finding a way to get Jewish population around the town of Jewish convoys. So rather simple, but quite the idea to simply bypass gold, paving it with remarkable enabling essentially Jewish convoys to make their way until signal victory without actually engaging in hostilities. After the war, he was participating in the armistice talks. They actually, to give you a sense of what at the time, he had no dress uniforms. They did not issue dress uniforms to their soldiers, very intentionally casual arms, but you couldn't show up to these armistice talks wearing your regular khakis. So they got some World War II uniforms that were hand-me-downs. Remember, this is 1950 already, so it's 5 years after the war, and several people had worn these dress uniforms from a used shop before it. They were ill-fitting, and a funny story that members of the Arab delegation found out that deeply held secret that he was very embarrassed about. He could the character of the time intentionally casual and vein in which he was involved. The 6-Day War is the most momentous, perhaps of all battles that Israel has ever been involved with. And in fact, we are right now just about Anyway, what is the main fact? I'm sure most of you are very aware of strokes of the war, but we'll focus on Rabbbi in particular. This one, Gamal Abdel Nasser, leader of Egypt, was an extremely bellicose individual who managed to engineer political alignment with Syria that was very significant. Syria, of course, is to Israel's northeast, and Egypt is to its southwest. And Egypt Israel was trapped, as it were, between the pincers formed by Egypt and Syria. Their strong political alliance was extremely deleterious to Israel at the time. Tensions with Israel since the War of Independence were really running quite high. Rabbin was to some degree, at this point, he was involved as Minister of Defense, I believe. Israel, and Rabbin in particular, was to some degree responsible for the escalation of tension in the 1960s. There were skirmishes in the north, in particular around the Golan Heights, that had to do with various projects to divert water, the national water carrier in Israel, that would bring water down from the Lake Kinneret. Rivals in the Israeli. Anyway, Nasser's was to mass all of his troops in concert and Iraqi troops and to threaten the borders of Israel. Aircraft not outnumbered in terms of troops. That's the only way that Israel would be able to actually amass the same number of troops to fight against the army would use every single one of their reservists, paralyze the country economically and otherwise. Every single person of fighting age brought to the front line. So Israel was clearly outgunned and pretty much outmanned by all of the other armies at the same time. Egypt, in a very powerful way, threatened the United Nations and challenged them to remove their observers from Egypt. Perhaps to Nasser's surprise, he actually abandoned the front line. There are some theorists that say that retreat to a hard border, but he simply removed the border, and this, to a certain degree, that meant that the region was going to spiral into there's also an interesting question about information from the Soviets. Definitely, the Soviets are heavily involved in this. Let's just remember, this is before Vietnam, but after Korea. So we're talking about the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting the war on behalf of the Soviets and the Americans, respectively. So the signals to two parties, and they're overlapping but not at all identical political and foreign policy objectives, often meant there's a lot of confusion on the ground. For example, one of the most bizarre incidents in the war that brought us much closer to, that DEFCON 3 moment was when the Israelis fired on an American vessel in the Mediterranean. The Israelis had thought originally that it was an Arab vessel that had entered its waters, and then later, for a moment, they had a bold thought that an American, and then they found out actually they had just sunk an American ship. And they immediately sent apologies straight. This is 1967 we're talking about. So immediately is kind of like a few pigeons flying very fast by comparison to internet speeds. I know no one's laughing here. I thought it was funny. But, they use cables. That's the best they would have for faxing. So it turned out that America, and there was a signal confusion, and they had pulled all their boats as they were, told in advance Israel was going to attack. They removed all their boats from the waters, but they had neglected to inform this one particular boat. And so this one particular boat was in harm's way, and when it was fired on, the Americans actually thought it was the Soviets who sank them. And if the Americans thought it was the Soviets, then they would go to war with the Soviet Union and would risk, Armageddon. And that's where we are. They launch around all this area. Again, at this point, Rabbi, you were recall, as Minister of Defense, deeply involved in this, and may be to some degree responsible for the Rabbi has a nervous breakdown. What exactly was this nervous breakdown? It's kind of a bizarre story. Rabbi and his memoirs he attributed to nicotine poisoning. He had been without sleep for several days on end, smoking one cigarette, and the combination of the stress, the exhaustion, the tension, and all this nicotine just laid him out for 30 hours straight. And this is a really bad time for the Minister of Defense to be offline. Think of him as not being involved in it, just disappearing is terrible. And many of his rivals, including Moshe Dayan, Ezra Weitz, and others, felt that that's it. So you can't rely on him. He is emotionally too weak for this position. He managed, after he slept for nearly 2 days, he came back to himself, he managed to reassert himself, but there was a lot of questions about his reliability. He's not even sure how to respond to it. But at any rate, the decision was made that Israel and this controversial decision, but ultimately it was a huge console as a nation to fly. To go over the Suez Canal, and amazingly, and they planned 3 waves of attacks, but the first wave completely decimated the Egyptian Air Force on the ground. They were completely destroyed. Photographs like this of planes and runways completely destroyed. It's kind of clear. Tremendous execution, the planning that went into it was executed flawlessly, and the war was an amazing success. What happening was, really, you have to imagine that prior to the Jews from all this yellow here, Israel conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula. The Gaza Strip here, each color at the top is the Golan Heights, a region in the north that separates Israel and Syria. It was a victory beyond all proportions. They had no idea they were actually going to conquer this much territory. And in fact, it would prove to be quite an albatross that Israel would have to phone call does not come for another 10 years. Overwhelming Israeli victory that the rest of the world really could not grasp. The whole city of Jerusalem in this war was very heavy, door-to-door fight of Jews all around the world that the Kotel was one.
Zuckerberg sucks, and a lot of times he'll be like, "Hey, everybody, do you want?" And then you'll sing to it, and then it'll be like audio not available because I don't know. He sucks. Ask his wife Priscilla. She thinks he sucks. His kids probably think he sucks. Everything about this dude sucks. Anyway, he sucks. Jetpack Zuckerberg. Oh, remember when you said you was high class? You ain't done nothing but hound dog, crying all the time. Yeah, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. Oh, oh, oh. Rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. Said you class. Well, that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit. You ain't no friend of mine. So that goes out to the Rebecca note because don't ever forget, girls. Rabbi eats pussy like a hound dog eats peanut butter. he sucks. His kids probably think he. I remember when it just started in the middle of the fucking song. Shit, here we go. You ain't had nothing but a hound dog. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. When you said you was high class, well, that was just a lie. When they said you was high class, well, that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. But a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't been nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Yeah, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. Oh, oh, when they said time fast, you're just a lie. When they said you was high fast, just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit, and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, that was just a lie. When you said it was high class, well, that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit, ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. No, you been nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't no friend of mine. So that goes out to the Rabbets because don't ever forget, girls, Rabbi eats pussy like a hound dog eats peanut butter. But she thinks he sucks. His kids probably. Welcome. Hey, that's my French friend. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. I'm really considering just doing these like karaoke because what is this bullshit? Counts? This is garbage. Dude, fuck you people. Yeah, you people, motherfuckers working in tech. Discriminating. I probably should just sing them like, I don't know, then it's the whole song because they took that one down too. Motherfuckers. This is garbage. They're on to me. I'll get them. All right. Stream ever. If you've ever been like, I wonder if this is a good stream. Nope. I have comments to prove it. I prove it. This is the worst. All right. So there's this kid, like this kid, balling with the kid. Watch your step. Anyway, he had these songs with his brothers, but then he did these things. I don't know if this is gonna work, and I don't know all the lyrics. This was released in like 1981. I wasn't even born, and they didn't play it on the radio. Why? I don't know. Had to do with the rights, I'm sure. Dude, are you gonna do this? This sucks. Now, before I start, he does this like thing at the beginning, where, like play place in Santa Barbara with a monkey. I don't know what he's talking about. I just know it goes, "Ow!" and then boom. Anyway, here we go. You know, I was wondering, you know, if you could keep, because the force, it makes me feel like, ooh, like, hey, dog, why don't you as loud as high as he is? Dog testicles. I don't know what the fuck happened. Really? No one does. Really? Name someone out there who knows what the fuck happened to Michael Jackson. Lovely is the feeling now. Fever. Temperatures rising now. Power, oh power, is the force about. That makes it happen. It asks no questions why. Till you don't know how. Ooh, give up when the doors stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. With the force, don't stop till you get enough. Touch me, and I feel on fire. Ain't nothing like a love desire. Ooh, I'm melting, like hot candle wax. The passions, all sensations, probably where we're at. Ooh, so let me take us through the hours. I won't be complaining. Ooh, cause all this love is power. Ooh, keep on with the force, don't stop till you get enough. Keep on till you don't stop. I'd be like, yeah. So do it. Ooh. Woo! Something to the hour. I won't be complaining. Oh no. Cause all this. Alright. Woo. Keep on with the four stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. With the force. Don't get enough. Keep on. With the force. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. With the force. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. With the force. Don't stop till you get enough. Lovely is I won't be complaining. Ooh, the forces love power. Keep on with the force. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the force. Don't get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop, you get enough. Keep on. Then don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. When you don't issue because Zuckerberg sucks and we all know that. Anything say about this song? No.
Yo, dog. I'm really considering just doing these like karaoke because, oh, what is this bullshit? They're taking down my account? This is garbage. Dude, fuck you people. Yeah, you people, motherfuckers working in tech, discriminating against people. This is garbage. Anyway, I gotta restart this beat. Everything sucks. I probably should just sing them like karaoke because okay. All right. This is the worst stream ever. If you've ever been like, all right, here we go. Here's Michael Jackson. Don't stop till you get enough. Now, before I start, he does this like thing at the beginning where he's like, "Oh, hey everybody, I just want you to know, like I'm gonna build this like play place in Santa Barbara, and I just want everybody to know that we'll be hanging out." I don't know what just now it goes, "Ow!" and then boom. Anyway, here we go. Oh! Why aren't you as loud or high as me? No, because I still have my testicles. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. Really? No one does. Really? Maybe someone out there who knows what the fuck happened to Michael Jackson. Lovely.
That previous song was 1979. Yo, dog, and it's always like, are we the first time? Is this the first time you're ever using ours? No, I use it all the time. And I do the same stuff all the time. So why doesn't it just default to stuff? So much time. One violins, and if you're like, oh, you're not doing the thing, dog, it's a lot of work. Sometimes these lyric videos are inaccurate. Sometimes they're just, no, we can ride the buggy of this song. The song was first offered to Karen Carpenter for her solo album, and she turned it down. Her loss. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No, I can't believe I'm singing in all these. It takes so much longer. Sucks. B&M about the whole world. Robot. Anyway. It's kind of like Frankenstein. But Frankenstein was the creator. The monologue, but I think it's funny, frankly. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was funny. But if I'm just like, blah, 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 then I just say like some internal monologue, but I say it vocally. Sometimes it's really funny. Like, what? Are you done? I always say that to myself. Like, is it done? Are we done? Can we move on to the next thing? So are you done with this? We'll see. Anything else you want to say about Michael that's an example of when I do it, where I'll just ask myself, have anybody else here to ask me questions? Girl, close your eyes, let the rhythm get into you. Don't try to fight it. There ain't nothing that I'm gonna rock it. Let's get you there. There ain't nobody there but us. Girl, dance you to the sun right away. And when the groove is dead and gone, you know that love survives. So we can rock for I wanna rock with you. I wanna sunlight, rise the night away. I'll rock with you all night, rock you into the night. Rock with you all night, rock the night away. The heat, feel the beat, all night, I go into the sunlight. Right. What do you want to say about this song? It's tight. Quincy Jones is
Previous song was 1979, not 1980. Like, I literally do the same shit generally on computer or whatever, and it's always like, are we the first time? Is this the first time you're ever using Arch? No. You're just like, oh, no, we can rock. Anyway, I like that part of this song. This song is first off for Karen Carpenter for her first solo album. And her loss. Anyway, it's at the end of your story. No, I can't believe I'm singing all these. It takes so much longer. It sucks. Anyway, are you going to do a little thing beforehand and just B&M about the whole world? And perhaps the whole thing is just one golem. If you don't know what... Anyway, it's kind of like Frankenstein. But Frankenstein was the creator. The thing was just a monster. Anyway, I'm really pissed off that I can't do sexually explicit names or anymore. But they're hilarious. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Oh, if you're like, who are you talking to? I do this thing. I know I'm doing it. But I do it because it's like an interlock. But I would... These are just... I think it's funny, frankly. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was funny. But if I'm just like, blah, 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 and then I just say like some as an internal monologue, but I say it vocally. Sometimes it's really funny. Like what? Are you done? I always say that to myself. Like, is it done? Are we done? Can we move on to the next thing? I'm gonna say about Michael Jackson's Rock with You. Oh, lasers. I like lasers. Anything else? Golems. So that's an example of when I do it, where I'll just ask myself questions because I don't have anybody else here to ask me questions. And these are like good questions. These are just things that people do, but they do it in their head, and I just speak it aloud, not in a normal person's head. All right, here is Michael Jackson's "Rock with You." Anything you want to say about it? You want to talk about that monkey? Girl, close your eyes. Let the rhythm get in. Don't try to fight it. There ain't nothing that you can do.
in any way, shape, or form. Who are you gonna take? Because the dude just doesn't know what he's doing. Oh well, he's learning his lesson and he's self-deprecating and everything. And I want to hear from my giant trashing Rosie Gail King saying she has no talent. She has more talent than the child.
Not care about so much shit. I don't go on other pod, don't do it. Yeah, I just don't. I'm like, I didn't like Dalia until he had kids. Watching Dalia become a dad was the most beautiful change ever. Let me just state this because you said it too. He was accused of something that he didn't do. That he did, but what stuck was this somehow he was a pedophile. Well, it's fun to tear things down, and that's what people like to do.
Job lie that he doesn't get asks all the time. They're just YouTubers with less than 1,000 subscribers. He doesn't adds nothing and brings nothing. And then you would normally just bring him on and shit on him, but nobody wants to do that because he's Joe Rogan's buddy, and they don't want to. Remember, the FBI was investigating. I don't know if they still are investigating it, but maybe that investigation of Chris D'Elia is now officially over, and they're claiming that he's innocent. Well, he's guilty of being an asshole or a piece of shit, and Brendan Schaub did all the same things D'Elia did. I mean, D'Elia did nothing illegal, which is their claim that Schaub did all the same things with the cheating on his wife. Obviously, who cares? But I mean, for Schaub to say that as if to bring it to the Supreme Court, I dropped that video of him passing his number to a man. It was my video. Let me in the comments. Brenda Schaub's wife went to a girls' night out. Of course, she had to make it all about herself. But I mean, look at this. She's as big a redact as he is. Of course, she's got the cowboy outfit. It is dummy. And then look at this picture she took in the mirror. Like, what? And by the way, of course, she's the only one there dressed like a whore. And she's like, Where's Ice at? Apparently she's related to Kim Kardashian or some friggin' Anna Kasparian. Of course, she's the only thing. What's this thing? El Chisme Sempre and yeah, so, but that's not the most egregious thing. So his wife takes the picture. So she really put her baby next to all that stuff. That's back to try and make a joke. One person who's even more or less funny than Brendan Schaub, and that is his dumb wife. I got, what a terrible person she is. And I am of the belief that Brendan Schaub, when he sued me, this might have been like one of the first cases, the Will Smith effect. Remember, Will Smith didn't really have that much. Tells me I only got sued because Brandon Schaub's wife had a problem with that video. And so, but I mean, come on, baby. It's such an unsafe thing to do with choke like me. That you're baby that looks nothing like you or your husband. It's Brendan Schaub's birthday, and as you know, her life is very hard. So she posted on Instagram about it. So let's see what she takes all the time. I go to bed again, and 90% of the time I look homeless. However, that still makes me the richest woman on earth. And I am overall pretty healthy. I hope my genetics continue to bless me with the coming years of beauty.
Song 2.
Did she just complain about her life and brag?
Song 3.
There's the moral of this picture of Louis Vuitton cake. This is, look at the Louis Vuitton cake. My God, how much more do you think that costs? And who do you think she's making take these pictures, by the way? They take a picture of me while I stick out my ass. There's her cake again. She's dressed like a whore at a party. Looks like a bunch of the maids invaded a couple of ladies' birthday party. It's like, jump me to build the wall, get ice, get these people. Oh, wait, that would apply to her, though. And they lie about her being born in Mexico. She was born in LA. I'm pretty sure she's a rich kid, too. She's probably pretty pissed, though, and you have to understand her struggle. She was an LA housewife, but her husband destroyed his career. All of his money, and now he uses his dad's money, and his dad is making him down all the time, and she's taking those pictures or making sure to get the Lamborghini logo in the picture. Don't you feel her struggle? Oh, there's her as a kid. She looked like a young alien, you know.
She got me ruthless. The field were very nice to the kid, and that kid doesn't hear it. Of course not. But T knows. Yeah, he's a big chunky. You'll say that from the. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? No. Light his ass up. Oh yeah, I get pretty hardcore. You're kind of a baseball dad, huh? Oh, to the full. Oh, but I'm one of the psychos, though. I sound like it. No. Light his ass up. Hey, I just tell T to compete. How old's that kid? 8, 9. I was trying to explain to T, like, he has whatever 4 practice a week, but we still have to hit outside that. I'm like, buddy, the games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice in games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. Yeah. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Come on, practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know if I know what he was talking about. But aren't they usually like the best ones that can hit the ball the farthest? That's it. Yeah, that's what I remember playing. Like, yeah, Michelle's gonna be. He wasn't number 1 in sports, but he is a big dumb animal, and he's hoping that not too much of his wife's DNA get into his kids because Mexicans is so tiny, very diminutive. That's why jockeys are Mexicans or something. So that trying to over push it, he's gonna push his kid right out of sports though. Like his son is becoming a rockhead or something and rebel against his dumb idiot dad, like the most hated guy in the internet said. But yeah, let me know your thoughts. Children in order the do self vegan commercial with traveling equipment in which you shoot your own commercial, you send it to the company, and they might use it and like ads or something. I don't think they ever use it. Her career's not gonna happen. She also pretends she's doing it with her family, but how's that gonna work out if you're moving to Texas and your entire family? Truly, but all her posts are like about her kids now, and she's trying to morph into piggyback off of them and put them into everything. And if Sean was as hated as he claims to be, she would in any way, shape, or form. This woman is more pathetic than Shab. I believe Shab only did the lawsuit because she told him to, in which I defeated him. Still waiting on the appeal. But going to win. Look at me. No talk. Look at my wife. Your husband failed his career. Now you're moving to Texas. To do what? God, I don't know. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. That was from the Golden Hour. Wow. Wait a minute, Thomas. You know, I'm somehow just going to claim that was racist. I don't know how, but that was racist. Was that them trying to take themselves, by the way? Griffin with a potato head thing and Sean with, what was that line? Delilah? Someone should immediately remix that and do the This Is Me. You know, the Leo over there should have a bunch of Snapchat stuff going on. What? These guys suck. How much of their dad's money can they blow on crap like this? Earth through his chin. His god awful music video, and then that. What was that? That was disturbing. That was deep. I gotta go take a shower. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's son's baseball team did him dirty. Then leaked footage of Brendan Schaub at one of his kids' baseball practices. They edited it just to show all of that. I would have went with Benny Hill music personally, but Brendan Schaub stinks at baseball. He's terrible. I mean, let's examine this. You also got to remember, these are a bunch of yeah, this is like when movies throw out the bridge. this guy go away? Why is he here? And the coach does that. The first base throws the Sham. Sham can't catch. Right now, all Sham is thinking is, I went from addies and baddies to this. What is the lifting of the leg thing? You catch the ball, my guy. Oh my God. This is, by the way, how hated Brendan Schaub is. This is how much of an asshole he is and how hated he is. And the people on his son's baseball team would record, edit, and upload this footage to the Finder the Kid subreddit. Like, that's how hated this guy is. That people in his normal everyday life so hate this. Hey, that's that guy. Let's record him and upload it to that subreddit that hates you. Which means, thank God he's moving, by the way. Because I think this is still in LA. Maybe no reason why he's terrible at baseball. But wait, we gotta look at that one. And then he caught that one. Why couldn't he catch the other one? He's grounder first. Shop misses. He caught that one. Astonishing. Sad. This is truly sad. So, he gave up stand-up comedy to do this, according to him. You know, it's not the fact that he's not funny. He couldn't sell any tickets. His career was just over. But according to him, he will get showing pictures of herself in Dubai. Like, you know how many celebrities and news and shit expose his shop? Because obviously this dude is just a piss in real life for them to do this to him. That he didn't told the story that that is truly sad. Shop, dude.
And it's awesome, dude. And that's great because a lot of people don't have shit. You know, but you have that talent, you have that you know, that brute strength you were born with, and now your kids are gonna have at least some of it. So yeah, for sure. So T came over with a C and his mind was so mad. You gotta see math or something. Shit. I just don't see any idea. Your shop rocket scientist. Wow, that's hilarious. Do other shit, yeah. Just throw that baseball a little harder. Minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do not even remotely close. Right? Practice. Come on. All these idiots.
Okay, so Shop to say his kids are dumb and they're not going to be smart because they're dumb. I don't think Brendan Shaw, well, maybe, I mean, he's calling that his kids are going to be dummy. Damn, that's kind of messed up. Now, Shop is an idiot. His brother is a dumb kid. However, his dad did start an internet company in the 80s. I'm down. My wife is Mexican.
Alright, so, but this isn't a car podcast, right? Fuck it. This is an easy, well, I never know what it is, but I have a feeling it's coming around the corner. I'll know what it is. Go fast. Just this. What is this here? Front row to he likes like this is based on like the real gas. Like the real guy. Yes, no gas, all gas, sure. Figure out what else you got, Nick? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You want to talk about fucking jumping cars? All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Why do I hate these? I've been doing. I gotta get some more energy on mine, bro. I gotta get more on mine. Cause I saw. Whoops.
Look how mad Brendan Schaub actually got because Chris D'Elia. Grip. So he does the thing where he pretends to give away a car. He doesn't really gives it away to a buddy or something. But because he'll be like, you can buy my merch and your merch. But you can enter it for free too. And they did the AMA. Leave your questions and they why are you so awesome at MMA? Are you going to fight it just to get people email to sell off to third-party companies? I love how Delia doesn't respect him. Delia is a
So oh, this is so stressful. I'm gonna share this. I'm like gonna cut together. There was some cross maybe like February actually. I got a text from Kalila and she said, "Hey, do you have a good OB/GYN?" And I was like, "Oh, I kind of like mine. Like she's fine." And I sent her the name of the doctor, and I didn't think anything of it. Didn't think a literal thing of it. And then, why would she feel the need to say that? Say anything? Like, this is a it's a very secretive thing for anyone, and especially someone I love. But then, the very next day, we're pulling into the parking lot, our old studio, and I'm getting out of the car. She's still in her car, and I'm pregnant. And I lost my fucking mind. Because you were at this point pretty pregnant. Our babies are 6 months apart, so yeah, I was 6 months ahead of you. Yeah, you were probably 2-ish months. Yeah. So I did a thick of it. Yeah. Really struggle bus. You were. Oh, yeah. I actually feel like when you first told me you hadn't started to struggle yet. I think I concealed it really well. I was very in like the mindset of if I can show up to work for an hour or 2 hours and just like you know get it together, then I can the way I remember saying that because I remember personally when I was in that first trimester, I was unable to work as you guys all. So we had stopped recording for a long time, like yeah. I mean, I believe me when I say what a shit show it was for me. When I went home, it was like puking, vomiting. I mean, you know all of that. Should we start from the beginning? Yeah. Okay. So I actually did not have to. There's some drama. December, I didn't want to pay for a period tracker anymore. So they were like, "Oh, it's now going to be $7.99 a month." And I was like, "Fuck that! I'm going to use Apple's period tracker." And it's never like failed me before my period tracker. I was using it, and so I was like, "Fuck this! I don't need this. Like, I know my body." Mistake. Obviously, Aloha and I had just pretty new at that point. I mean, a couple months in. A couple months. A couple months, yeah. I know. Only I think I want to say 7 months in. Did you feel at that point though like this could be the guy? Oh yeah. Whoa. Oh yeah. I mean, I texted the first time I ever met him. I texted my sister. It was a Father's Day. It was like June. to Aloha where you felt like this is a daddy? No, it wasn't like happening all at one time.
So, Kalila, who, by the way, if you want to hear the rest of the Patreon, here's the show. Sounds like it might be worth it, to be honest with you. But, so, sounds like, I'm pregnant only 7 months after the guy. Surprise, she kept it. Kalila moves quick. I guess Bobby Lee is quick too, but so her and Esther were pregnant. But there was a little crossover there, 3 months on the show. Although the fact that she's too afraid to mention who she's actually with might be a red flag in the relationship. I know she's afraid probably for like, not as I would assume, harassment online, Bobby Lee and Tiger Belly fans. So she just keeps referring to him as Aloha. I don't know how long that's gonna last with it being like that. The dude is probably like semi-successful or something. Although she still is using Bobby Lee's name and connections to do stuff. She still is on Tiger Belly and everything. And I've always said she knows as bad, although there still is and might be permanent damage to her face. So, but she looks a lot better than she did before. She doesn't have half the Hulk face anymore. It's still like, I don't know, 7% Hulk face. But, I mean, she did have a baby though. She did keep it a secret. I think the biggest reason she kept it a secret though is because she didn't want to seem like, alright, you just broke up with Bobby Lee, now you're having a baby, and you're still on the guy's show, and all that stuff. See, a lot of people blame her for the Bobby Lee breakup thing. They bring up the fact that she's cheating and stuff, which she did, and she is. Bobby probably did too, but I think most people look at it as he's the one with the fame, the career and this too, and you couldn't even handle that. Pretty interesting to me that she had to keep that secret. Yeah, like why she kept her pregnancy a secret from Bobby Lee and all of us for so long. Damn, I like how TMZ slowed it down like it was the Zapruder film. So Theo Von had to push some weirdo who went up to him with balloons there was just leave Theo alone. Oh, what's Papa gonna say when he covers this? Papa, by the way, like the place, probably gonna go into a thing where if he says, "Oh man, if it was me, I would have did this and that, and I would have threw him on the ground and ground and pound and all that stuff," but where was he even at? What is this? Just like a club or a bar? I mean, I thought Theo was doing a lot better for himself. I don't know why he did this place with these two characters and stuff. But, I mean, this guy goes up to him, he's got balloons. Theo just grabs his throat, pushes him back. Not really that much of a altercation, but Theo was ready to go, though, which I like. I like to see that. Yeah, so let me know your thoughts in the comments. I want to read a fun book. Shit. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to that? Will you ever be on the Zoom forever? I want to fix the goes. Sure, I can go on the Zoom. As you know, Brendan Schaub sued copyright infringement. I won the lawsuit. He appealed, and we're still in the appeals process. And when he loses the appeal, he's going to try and bring it to the Supreme Court, and then hopefully that gets shot down quick. There was a whole thing to where he went on camera and lied and said that he sued defamation, and then he tried lying, saying that his old management team, other lies, it was lawyer forced to decide. And then embarrassed. So that. Yeah, but these likes, I'm like, come on, Terry, please. Dude, I need this for me. Oh, bro, they're gonna be terrible. Oh, man, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. And then the ref wanted to fight. You know, like,
kid, and he gets a hit off you. Oh, in other words, work to do. He's picked us up. Oh yeah, I get pretty for the full on.
All right, so Brendan Shaw, first and foremost, the first story told there, where he realizing it, describing everything he does, and saying that's not the way you should do it, and then going at the fire and a kid subreddit, and lie and contradiction. This idiot tells. In fact,
But they're gonna reboot Fear Factor again, and then people are talking about it running. Yeah. Fear Factor. Yeah. I'll never forget Fear Factor. I mean, doing it. I jumped this for the host, but it's down to the end of the race. Dude, they would have. You would have got so much hate for that. Really? Oh, that's just a bad look. Yeah, I'm already close to jump out on the phone stuff. Bro, they would have fucking. Bro, they would have been like, oh, yeah. Fucking. No, trust me, I saw that hate wave coming.
all right, so the guy just likes to lie and contradict himself, like even in that one. Friggin', he took him. He was third. That was just really between him and Whitaker. All the guy does is lie. Like I bet you the agent said, "I'll try and get you on Fear Factor," and then he just came with a story that dude's down to me and like, dude, no, it wasn't. No, like, not the contradictions, the lies, the made-up stories. Everything is just a flex. Everything is just, I'm a good person. Look at me. I gotta make up lies and different kinds of stories. When he doesn't even really need to. I mean, he's a rich kid, but I don't even feel like playing that clip. But he has admitted that, you know, one of the other contradictions and lies, like he would say, he grew up poor, but just telling like actual stories, as you will, in your podcast. He did admit to him that he admitted that his dad was rich. And when one time they were on the beach somewhere, and his dad was like, "I'm making money even though I'm on vacation." His dad sold off the internet company. I believe 90s for 100. But that's a lot of when they released the footage of him at his kids' baseball practice. Why it to make him look crappy? So that's when you get stupid. He likes you. Your career is over. Now you have to move to Texas because Callan was going to move away from you, like Theo Vaughn did. But you're like, not this time. Just straight following him there. Sad and truly pathetic. But, you know, your thoughts in the Look at the way you
Was there ever anything you guys said on air that ended up being controversial that you had to apologize for later?
About it, yeah, he didn't deserve that, and we were just being silly and not thinking
So
about
funny,
it. A lot of times when you say stuff on a podcast, guys, you don't realize your reach. You're just in the moment, and you don't. There's no audience here.
And then when you're up, you're like,
Oh,
Randy's like, dude, especially to me, he's like, we're a small fraternity, how can you stab me in the back?
It was really bad, and we didn't mean to. And he
And Ron
said,
Derrick was like, that's the funniest. He was like, dude, I could not stop laughing. It
Yeah.
was so funny.
But-
I'm standing up while he's coming, like saluting.
"You probably not even talk about this."
No, what the fuck?
I don't want to rehash.
No, we're not rehashing it. It's a question.
It's a question.
We can't be soft about it.
Even that we did that, I still feel bad about it.
Randy, though?
I don't think so. I mean, and malicious or yeah, that was
A lot for me, so it didn't make sense.
you are also a guy who is your best when you're the prince, as opposed to like so. So in other words, fuck off sometimes, right?
I think I took that advice a little too much and leaned too much into that.
Yeah.
I think it actually hurt me.
Maybe.
It
I
hurt
just
me
don't-
long
I
run
just didn't want you
because I do think it will have made me who I am, you know? And so I
what I was talking about. Sometimes I'd be like, I think he's gonna regret that.
But then that stuff also like gave me the platform too. I was the only part of the time speaking out against a ton of shit. Yeah, just double-edged. You know, he's fine. I'm fine. Yes. There's no animosity. Cool now.
Have you heard about Wonder? It's not.
I think what makes us comedy duos, if that's what you want to call us, is like Bobby.
Right, because we have kids, and kids really, really make you feel the world.
Makes you scared.
Deeply. It makes you
Yeah.
scared. Yeah, that's where you horses were like, put your mask
But
on.
it was kind of a good thing. Like I said, I went too far on that. Like, people can say what they want, and no, I'm a funny guy. Like, no, I'm not this monster. You know, big monster. Blah blah blah. I went all the way from that, and then thank God, just having a bunch of soft friends. And like all that bullshit, it like with the beast. And then when those people on the horse were like, you need to put on a mask, I was like, monster, I'm ready to force this.
I'll punch your horse in the face.
Yeah, I'm down for this.
What are they doing? Like, AMA every episode. They literally have enough to talk about, so they keep coming. Whatsoever. I mean, we're not quite there, but we're soon to be at Opie levels of views with this podcast, and they're gonna be moving to Texas soon. I mean, the whole thing is just a very sad state of affairs. And now, we're just trying to find the next grip. Politics, cars, or animals, or whatever.
By the way, now there's a thing with psoriasis. So they're finding autoimmune diseases like this sometimes are linked to the gut. For a second, it's all stress. I did a gut profile by two different. Is connected to certain. No. It's connected to certain autoimmune. You have stress. The mucus lining in your stomach that covers, that protects you, retracts for a weird reason. And when it retracts, foods like nightshade, whatever you might be allergic to, can create the autoimmune reaction already. So you'll respond to wheat or whatever it is. But once I changed my gut profile, I never had. Brian had psoriasis. Disaster. And then once that went away, and I have AIDS. That's how stress. It was all over my legs, all over my arms, and I thought constant. That doesn't help. But you'll be stronger if you just fucking get rid of all the lying. What I mean by lies is lying to yourself. I just mean you might be in a job you hate, might be in a relationship you hate, whatever it is, just you're lying to yourself. Just sometimes you have to purge and just have to just align yourself no matter what. That's not too many people because also some people work. That's what they have to do. That's true. And the truth, that's true. The guy has the truth. Cocaine's a nice guy has the truth. The guy's truth is this job sucks, but I have to do it to dress. That's true. Sometimes it's a great. Sometimes there's not catchy saying for this situation. Stop. There you go. Don't not work out because you quote unquote don't have time. Don't start eating shit food because you don't have time to eat well. Don't do those things. People fall into this weird trap. I mean, when I had psoriasis, I didn't work out clean for 6 months, the longest I've ever gone. 6 months. And you were drinking, and you were doing drinking, overdose on Adderall every day, kratom. I was just fucking. You were a drug addict, basically. And alcoholic. And didn't work out. Drinking at 10 in the morning. Hell yeah. I never put it together. I don't know why I didn't say, hey, I was in my mouth shit. Yeah.
So I was like, you were just so swollen. Yeah. And that's what you don't do. Don't do that. Assume the position. Like behave. It's like that great saying: behave as though God exists. Behave as though you're winning. You're killing it. Even if you're going through hell, get that workout in. What's that? And then that fucking killer came out. Like, say less. Yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah. Hey, stop talking about like what you have to do. Just do the thing. Never. Never on a small button. Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot in there to go through. So, British I'm talking about all the things that turned him into a killer. I guess that's his justification for suing me. Addiction. Someone stole 2 million podcasts, 1 deal, managers or whatever. But did you notice what happened in that conversation? Ryan Callen said the best why, and that consciously he doesn't even realize what he did in admitting that he's a liar, and even going back and forth. Well, no, just tell the truth about certain shoppers. They're like, no, you can't tell the truth. Always go lie about something. And like even this little thing is a lie. Like even when he admits stuff, there's lying in it. Like I said, he admitted all that's the reason why he turned to a killer and got the monster lawyers and stuff like that, which is all bullshit. His career tanked, his podcast tanked. That was the reason, because he released the Gringo Poppy, and that I was showing someone who doesn't know too much about me, and asked, hey, what the hell you're involved in? So I was showing them Brendan show. Now, I don't think I ever picked up on the time. And she said that you called, this was Shab account using Bobby and Kalila of running Brian Callen, because Brian Callen has said that to other people. Meaning, they've not only accused Bobby Lee and Kalila of running the fighter and the kids subreddit, they've, at least Brian Callen was, according to Kalila, of running that fighter and the kids subreddit, and she even said,
people and get them to do what you want. And I knew that excuse was coming because I've heard you do from people you use them for the same thing. So even that is probably baseball. No, who on that baseball team keeps uploading this to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit? I mean, come on. And then you see how mad you get when that little tiger got thrown out. Apparently, Brendan Schaub's son,
Manage sports.
runs just like Schaub does. Remember when Schaub pulled his hammies against Chappelle Lacey? But my God, Schaub got all mad. He was approaching the umpire, was having none of it. God knows how. He had to deal with Schaub. I think from these overzealous baseball. And Schaub was walking down. You were going to do something. Umpire ejects him, throws him out. Look at Schaub. Schaub's like, what? Me? I used to be in the UFC. You can't call out tigers. Then he walks away and says, we gotta go through that. I don't know why he said fucking was in there though. But again, I must reiterate, how hated is he that people who have access, it has to be the people on his own team too. And here's the other crazy thing, right? So like, he lives in Calabasas, California. I would assume quite a bit of other celebrities live around there. And their kids baseball teams, well, uploaded footage of him. Like, Renell Zellweger's kid isn't that. People, even on his own team, see what Schaub did? That's right, that footage uploaded to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. But, so over here, right? Get out. When did he over? The other coach, the real coach, I suspect, is trying away from the umpire. The umpire, you can tell, just had enough of this guy. He's probably drunk, probably been running his mouth the entire game. And the because you notice, he first yelled at the umpire, then he took and said something to his son, then the umpire threw him out. Do you think the umpire was like, whoa, dude, you're going to flip out on your kid because he got thrown out just because he had your genetics and he's slow running around the bases? This umpire, you might be a hero, the hero we needed me. Now, of course, there's a baseball arc and there's footage. Like, what? Why do I have access to this? And then, like, I'm just sitting back and thinking, this dummy had to quit stand-up comedy because he couldn't sell any tickets. And he came up with a whole bullshit story of, I'm really a family guy now, and I'm a coach, and I go to all my son's baseball games. And of course we have footage of it. How do we not have footage of it? How much of an asshole are you in real life to people to where they're uploading footage on you, dude? Like, what are you doing to bother people that much in real life? I'm an annoying fucking guy, right? And I live in a place where there's literally cameras on me 24/7. And yet usually no fucking footage of me uploaded. So this is bizarre in every way, shape, or form. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. So everybody is talking about Brendan Schaub getting ejected from his kid's baseball game, and he had to respond. So he put on Instagram, the kid was safe. Must be a slow ass news to MMA when this is deadline. Also, throughout that day, all I said was, that's a garbage call. all day. Umpires are human, melty. Alright. These poor umpires. And then she put, this umpire waited his whole life for his 2 minutes of fame. So happy for him. He really enjoyed ejected friend from the game. Only he has is right. I hope this was the highlight of your life. I'm sure you'll go back to your amazing dummy. Although she does know a little bit about baseball, Dave Queen. But this was the looking for his 2 minutes of fame. So the umpire is at a little league game. He throws out the third, according to your husband, the third drunk idiot loser, over-involved parent who's taking this way too seriously. And somehow he knew the fighter in the kids subreddit and some MMA thing, and I would make videos about it. Are you insane? By the way, I must say this. By the way, Shab and his wife are secretly loving this. This is the closest thing to that TMZ coverage they'll ever get. She really said the umpire was looking fame. What is she talking about? What 2 minutes of fame? These are all that's all that happened. Wow, she's delusional. But the whole time you're like, maybe a few hundred horsepower. No, her stupid drive, slow, all dumb channel. Brendan Schaub still with the car grift, both information to sell to third-party companies. He got roasted to his face because he started to decide to drive around. Got to waste with nobody you watch. He pays money to do this. It's sad. It's depressing. It's pathetic. And send me in your info and I'll give away a free truck so I can sell it to a third party company, your email and stuff like that. But truly pathetic. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I make it count. No, I never, I can't believe this is a thing. don't say much, not the travel ball. That's beyond my pay grade. I coach my son, and I don't say much. Very intimidated. Most of them are cool. We've had. I've thrown out the other manager on the other team. One of our earlier games on the playoffs. He's just a weird dude. And then this game had a high level of emotion. Kid had legit home run. First, he was definitely sided with the other team. The other team was really chummy with him, like buddy. I'm like, this is weird. We weren't getting the same calls, anything. I'm not trying to be any sort of factor in the game, or cause any issues. I'm just really there for my son and the team. That's it. It's very weird. I get along with everybody. The other coaches, I know everybody. Everything's all good. And then my son, he slid into home, clearly safe. The thing that this Full Send MMA edited base, and the kid doesn't, the catcher doesn't even tell. So it's not even a questionable call. It's clearly, night and day. Even the other team was like, dude, that's bad. I'm like, yeah. Whoa. Are you serious? You can see me throwing and go, you serious, dude? That was a big play. Like, that was like, and it's the double elimination. And I was more embarrassed than anything. I'm like, what are you doing? So then I walked away. And then the parents were arguing, dude, they make mistakes. It's all good. It's wreck. It's all good. I get it. It's the playoffs, so there's a little more emotion. That means a little more. It's double elimination, so thank God that's not being ruined for everybody. But so the parents are like, dude, it's safe. Like, you've been doing this all game. The vibe with the other coaches is my issue. I'm like, what's going on? Bears after this? They're jacking each other up? What's going on here? The vibe was way too friendly. The coach kept telling me, that's a right call. And he shook his hand. I'm like, well, in the middle of the game, this is all weird. So I'm annoyed as shit. Tiger has a bad attitude because his dad got thrown out, which drives me nuts. And then he starts sweating the parents. He can't do. He's like threatening the parents. He told one parent, I'm not starting the game until you. It's a mom. She's like, what? So dude just hard trip. So it's one of those weird things. So I just watched the game. We lost. We play again Wednesday. It's double elimination. It is what it is. I can't believe this is. Whatever parent from whether it's the other team or our cousin sent this to these outlets, you're a piece of shit, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? This isn't a thing. Any dad, talk to any dad whose kids play rec or travel ball or got through baseball, and they manage or they coach a team. This happens all the time, man. This shouldn't be news. This isn't anything. If your dad managed a team and did get thrown out, he don't give a fuck about you or the game. It wasn't like I was in the realm. I realize I'm bigger than 90% of the people out there. I already know these people are going to be on their heels. I'm the last person to get in his face, and he's a smaller dude, and out of shape. I realize I'm fucking Shaq next to this guy. He's on his heels, and when I come walking up, he's like, Jesus Christ, I'm directly, man.
That video beat, not like you have to.
That's a hard to beat.
Yeah, that's strange.
That's what fucking me. Yeah. he strikes, it hits kids, effort, as long as effort's there. We're good. I don't need him being fucking Otani at 9. This is a long journey. It's all good as long as effort and his attitude is good. And I tell him, the difference between the people that go on to play in high school and are outliers in college and the lucky ones that get to the pros do a lot of work, it's the athletic ability he has. Check. We got that. He was born with that. You didn't earn that. You were born with that. Check. You're an outlier athletically and size-wise. You did nothing to earn that. The difference is special in baseball. It's between the ears. The best baseball players are the smartest guys on the field. The ones that can control their emotions and make mistakes. That's all I care about. So when his mental game is in the dumps, then I get upset. Now Papa Bear comes out. Now we have an issue. When he's out there, he gets an attitude, dude, or he's arguing with the umps, like, that's a strike. I'm like, buddy, it doesn't matter. But he's 9, dude. He's not going to be fucking Kobe Bryant mama mentality at 9, so you gotta give him a break. But yeah, that's when I'm like, ooh, dude. But yeah, if your dad's little league coach and you get thrown out, he can give a fuck about you. It is what it is, And it's one of the umps always tells me, dude, you're my favorite. He's trying to get it. You're trying your best. The playoffs. So hopefully the kids rally and play good on Wednesday. I think Tiger's attitude, so they made my emotion a little high, so that's on me. I take accountability with that. But I never, but yeah, he had the power of that kid. Or watch. You don't need to. People can see it. It's on my Instagram. The only reason I post is take the power away. I would never post it. The only reason I do it is once it makes news and it starts getting out there and trending shit, I'm like, okay, here's what's going on. This up threw out 3 other managers before this. This is his 3rd game he's upping. He threw out 3 others. Those that aren't involved with sports, that's unheard of. Clearly the guy has an issue. Clearly it's an improv and not me. I'll take accountability. I said the call was garbage, and I'm enormous. So he's like, Jesus Christ, you're out of here. I'm like, all right, dude. Now, did I want to pull a Happy Gilmore? Like, and I'll see you in the parking lot. Of course I did, dude. But no one gets anywhere with that. I would never. That's what they expect I'm going to do. I just go, okay. Set up in the boxes. Shipping a million fucking cars out to Texas. Living at Airbnb, And I got the Airbnb because we're supposed to leave, but Tiger's team is in the playoffs, so if they go to the championship, I gotta stay longer. Cool, man. And then it sounds like you're out of here. Hey, dude. The heart of the team? Oh, you. And also, no more than 2 hours ago.
What are you looking? What are you looking, dude?
Yeah.
What are you looking?
How old was that? By the way.
Why don't you looking?
30s.
Why don't you looking?
30s. Touching Dragons vibe in the basement, It is what it is. baseball, this, and they help him. It's great. Yeah, most of them. This guy's like the only problem. He's had so many complaints against him. I would never. I was more embarrassed than anything. Person that sent that to the outlets. How that's even a story, I don't know. Forefront there, you know. I was trying to take some shine away from Theo, showing people dollars. There, I helped my friend out. Yeah, there it is. Good friend. Hashtag good friend. Hashtag good friend. Yeah, but so they play Wednesday. And and the baseball dad's noticed, I didn't even say anything to the end of the game. Shove in the car, I'm like, what do you want to do? You hungry? Yep. I think he was ready for me to. I'm like, because they're not going to learn anything. Or like, when that's going on, they're not going to soak it in. And later that night, I'm like, buddy, why do you think I got thrown out? I can't go to your next game. See, I get suspended for the next game. I'm suspended for Wednesday's game now. Oh. Was trying to get me suspended, but it's not happening. That's what
You're so sweet.
Give me the stands. I'll give me the stands. You think? If not, I'll be in a disguise. You think I'm missing that game? Get the fuck out of here. I want the who? I don't know. Just hear what's good ball, man. For 9, you? Yeah, dude. I lose a game? Yeah, so I can't go to this game. It's going to be a little tough for me to just being there where no one notices, but I mean, yeah, good luck. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, T's cool, you know. He's cool. He's dealing with a lot, you know. He's dealing with a lot with the move, all this shit. So, listen, you know, he's saying goodbye to his friend. So, he's dealing with a lot. So, you gotta take that into consideration with stuff and stuff. I'm doing fun. You ever seen that meme? It's like, fine. People had an incomplete mental breakdown of Brendan Shaw. Active breakdown of that didn't show up for in Austin, his studio. He doesn't want it. His kids don't want to move. He just tried and make it seem there was some grand critique and the umpire might have been bought off. This 9-year-olds, dude, like, what are you talking? I don't know. The umpire, man, they might have got too. The umpire is throwing little league games. What's that? Okay. Wow. Once again, the contradiction, like, see, he's dealing with all of this stuff in his life, and he so doesn't even want to be here. He wants to be doing stand-up. Callan's not turning his calls because Callan doesn't want a dead podcast, and he followed Callan to do this. His wife and kids are bitching because they got to move to Texas now. This man is having a mental
even last. I got a participation trophy or something. But then, yeah, like he was like, I'm only addressing this because you know the outlets. For outing that video. Hey, stupid. They uploaded the video of that practice. An annoying asshole who nobody likes. Don't you Brendan Schaub? Let's just keep it real here, people. There's only one person who has access to any of this footage and be able to even do any of this. This is 9-year-old Little League. Only one person there has access to any of this and would care enough, and it's the coach of the team who Brendan Schaub is obviously bothering, and he hates Brendan Schaub. So the coach of Tigers baseball team keeps up to the fighter dummy. Him moving to Texas ain't good enough. The coach of his son's baseball team hates him so knows what a dummy. He's having a complete mental breakdown. Soon we will see that. Soon. May not end well with the CTE. Probably a little roid rage. Some probably alcoholism in there too. There's going to be a rough night with Mexican coming up. Fairly soon, I would bet. Probably. In Austin, Texas, he's going to come home dejected one day. Alan finally quit. She's going to be bitching. Daddy's going to cut him off. All the funding. This man is going to lose it. Look at him. He looks like Campbell Chen. But, yeah.
To your man wife.
It's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. And I would tell a kid, I would just figure, we're not getting off this island. Why wait? And I would be like this. And they're like, bro, you're in Hawaii.
Anything heart4mail.com. So this is Brendan Schaub's new scam, and it's coincides with the car grip that he's doing. So content is dead. They pay money to do this. So Brendan Schaub's new way of getting money is to get people's email addresses and sell them to third-party companies for the data. That's his new scam. When he does that, hey, car giveaway, 2 people buy, so that would mean only 2 people can win the thing. Or you can just enter for free, but you got to actual email probably that hey, Brendan, you're so amazing and great at everything. Why is Cal calling me on? It's like nobody really asked that question. And all you have left is to try and get people's emails. It's pathetic. Let me know your chops wife continue to attack historical figure. Husband had to flip out, get thrown out. I'm sure she's the coach uploaded. But remember, that she did that post today. This was her official one. This umpire waited his whole life for his 2 minutes to be so happy for her. That go back to your amazing life, lady. You're a loss. He's losing all of his money, and now he's having to move because you're going. I'm sure they were walking around there like TMZ and six were calling him. He was probably like, "Get my agent." Brendan Schaub's wife really. Let me know your thoughts.
At least. Get a couple more, man. You gotta run dry.
shop. Aaron Rodgers is guest. Now remember when Aaron Rodgers is going to be my partner. I wonder if it was just one of those LA conversations where Aaron Rodgers was just like, yeah, and had no idea what Shop was babbling about. And Shop's like, I just got to partner with you. And then he just never answered Shop's phone calls. So no, that's probably what happened. Footage of the league game. We see why Brendan Schaub was ejected from the game. Not once, but twice. Or he swore. And he's talked about before how he swore that his game fired probably he does this. Heard him do it again. And that's the reason why Brendan Schaub was thrown out of his son's baseball game. So you get once in a lies from Schaub and his wife. So we have no he was safe or not. You're not allowed to breathing obscenity in the baseball field around 9 months. But you can't help yourself because you don't even really want to be there. You want to be on the road. And that's what Brendan Schaub wants. And he's stuck at his son's stupid baseball game. And of course he didn't way too involved and wearing at everybody. Everything practices too. So who else would have access other than the coach? Because he was trying to blame parents from the other uploaded this footage, and it's like I don't compare to other teams of Schaub's baseball game, and still don't be rid of it. We'll be in Austin, Texas. But the fact that they uploaded new footage too, just to prove the point of no asshole. It was you. Don't try and get around the fact that you started swimming down the baseball field. And that's why it wasn't your passion. It wasn't that fact that like an unhinged good bad dad. So, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's probably a little drunk. Probably has achievements. Works what I never did. Don't get knocked out by that Bubba guy. Of course, that's what it is. That was a special offense to Brendan Schaub in the field. Mass of himself. Too overly involved. Swearing. Then the field a 9-year-old swearing. Flipping out. Because they're playing T-ball. And I know they're technically not playing T-ball, but and it's like, relax, dude. Why are you on the field? Go on the sidelines. No one asks this man is an embarrassment. Son is. Not only do you got Rabbbi doing this, his mom's in the bleachers. There's a kid and her sister in a bassinet just being ignored. His mom is taking selfies with Prada bags that she's gonna try and sell on Instagram later. You can't tell the difference between the maid and the nanny and his mom because they're both Mexicans. I mean, there's a lot of embarrassing stuff that Tiger and Boston are gonna have to deal with. So you're at the baseball field screaming the F-word, dude. But yeah, so let Brendan Schaub try and change the narrative. That's the reason why he was put out of that game, because he kept swearing, as he always does, and always had been an umpire. Like, dude, these are not 9-year-olds. That umpire probably did the wrong call too, just to piss him off too. Just like, hey, you want to keep swearing? He's out. Down and ready. Get that glove down. Oh, come on, Blue. What are we calling here? These folks are ridiculous. Come on, boys. Defense. Let's get the bats going, boys. Get them bats going. Swing the bat. Swing the bat. You got 2 strikes on. You got to protect the plate, okay? Anything close. Good eye, buddy. Good eye. to the dumb Mexican. So she's screaming obscenities around the children. These people, when they start pretending to play parent, because the nanny just takes care of it. Her son hit the pop-up someone called it out, and she's flipping out. She has no idea what she has really no clue what's happening, but she's just like teeing the ball. And then you got Sham flipping out on umpire. Ball games. Oh, everybody around there is just like, it's like a concerted effort to get rid of shops out of Calabasas. They're like, just get the hell out of here, go to Texas. We don't want you around our kids screaming. Mexican is probably like all the other rich white people. Like, someone's nanny over there screaming. There's no Conchita. I'm not a nanny. This is my tacos and burritos. But yeah, let me know your thoughts.
Moved to Austin, Texas, in like what is that name? It was everything works out. We'll figure it out. Specifically, LA is this. it's not good for you. It's not good for her. It's not good to push the limits a little bit. Yeah. It's not harmless. What she's doing to herself is not good for her. It's not good for anybody. Yeah, and then young boys see years old. I think the average age. Okay. When you don't have I have a 9-year-old right now. They're talking to me like I'm trying to say to you is that for other people, like kids in this country are getting it might be tough. So what happens is they go to somebody's house, the old thing. What's going on is it's really hard at the end of the day to plug all the data. With everybody who's got tablets, phones, they can't expect. Because for 8-year-olds, it's sure, but a lot of these kids are getting exposed to it. For sure. You know, parents are working 2 jobs, whatever it might be. Boom. 100%. I'm not talking about them. Yeah. I'm talking about me. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the general trend. 100%. A lot of these stuff because it's easier to act. If you give your kid a tablet, you're basically opening that world up. Right. Now, whose fault is that? That 8 and 9-year-old can't afford the tablet. So who got it for him? You did. Yeah. So whose fault is that? Yeah. Well, he goes to his friend's house. Cool. Do you know the kid? Did you know the parents? Because I do. I do. There's no tablets over there either. Right. So who's that on? That's on the parents. And you know, now I don't work 2 jobs and not 9 to 5, so maybe it's easier for me. But when it comes to me, there's no tablet. You're still fighting. You're still fighting.
Very long hours.
You're still fighting, but you're still fighting the fucking. You're still fighting. Eventually, there's nothing to be able to do about it. Like when they get to middle school and high school, and they're in public school and they allow cell phones. Now it's a different animal. Yeah, man. But you can delay it as much to your control as much as you want until they get to that middle school, and then it's what I don't like. And you hope you've raised a good enough kid where he's yeah, or it's the friends that hang out. That's your basic. It's also the technology that creates addiction. You know, like a lot of times these technology companies get better and better at hijacking your fucking brain. But again, all right, the kid's putting 8 hours on the PlayStation. Yeah. You know, and here's the other thing about this. I know I can't afford PlayStation. And when you have like some of my body glue, and what I object to is when we act like it's just, oh look at that, she's just doing her thing. She's an empowered woman. Or no, sorry, it's a fuck. It's yeah, she did. I can't well. Yeah, and then when she have kids in high school. You know how thousand. I mean, you can't. There's no erasing. I'm sure that kid will be real. The thing about the guy who's like, yeah, I know, I'm down. Yeah. Probably not all fucking. He's not all there either. I didn't have to do right now. Energy. I'm
tired of waiting for payday.
All right, so that was a weird fight. Shop once again with his "I'm better than everybody" attitude, and once again, it's all complete lies. That's the first thing I'm doing. Not my kids. We're selling no tickets just so you can do Adderall and rupees. the way, you still hardly see this kid. He's moved around the country, up with groupies, but he just uses, I gotta go fly somewhere far. And they have really scared kids. They have a freaking nanny who dies. It's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Like, how would Chop know what his kids have access to or not? By the way, what he's saying, by the way, his kids must be the lamest dorks in school. They've got a phone or anything. But it's just that is Brendan Schaub, who he is at his core now. No, but I'm the best. You know, other parents suck, but I'm good. My kids don't do that. Nope, no way. I mean, I'll be the Chicago for some reason, but the nanny who watches Debbie, not my kids. I'm the greatest dad ever. Like, at least Callan's, at least being honest, like, dude, you kind of have no control over what, like, if your kid has a phone, you're seeing stuff, you have no idea what's being, and your kid choose, you were a kid, of course not. And it's even harder today, because all the kids grew up with technology, so that's an idiot. So that tells me when Brendan Schaub's trying to change the channel on his TV, it looks like a caveman. He's going, oh, no, I don't know how to do this. Hey, Tiger of Boston, get in here and do this. But what's that? So apparently Brendan Schaub won't even get his kids a PlayStation. Those lames don't even get a play. Well, they can't have a PlayStation. I mean, their dad is forcing them to do. All right, so mention about the PlayStation. That's what happens if you get your kid. Who got that kid a PlayStation? So your kids have no PlayStation or anything, so they just gotta perform high level performance. I bet you after the game, Tiger, that little fat kid got a hit off. Schaub is just such a douche, but that is who Brendan Schaub really is in that argument he had right there with Brian Callen. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Okay. This one comes from Michael Daly. Have you two knuckleheads thought about having an Austin, Texas welcome hoedown episode with a bunch of silly goose guests and charcuterie? You could all wear cowboy hats to celebrate them. Also, we're happy that Sanaz has decided to move to Texas. I am not moving to Texas, by the way, Michael. Have you guys thought of that?
Like a grand.
Yeah. Grand episode.
It'd be fun. Yeah, we might wear cowboy hats. Charcuterie, I don't know, but I'd like to have charcuterie more. Maybe we'll do it, you guys. Yeah, all right, what do we got, kids?
For what it's worth, I'm sad. So I'm sentimental about it.
I know you
But
are.
we'll save that.
You wouldn't be sad if you were coming, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
we're all sitting there behind the eyes after 30 years. Anyway, okay.
Okay. Here's one that comes to us from Chance Harris. It's two parts. What's been your favorite and least favorite thing about Austin so far?
My least favorite thing about Austin, my favorite thing about Austin is the community and the comedic energy that's there. The energy in general that's going on in that city on all different facets, right? But
Okay, so someone at the fighter and the kids subreddit wanted to zoom in and show how thirsty and upset Shahab was that Schnoz is not going to Texas with them. So one smart person, the whole lot there. So he is so making her, by the way. That is his side piece. And he is so upset she's not going to Texas with them. Because you're going to remember he's not there the entire time. And she's not going to go to Texas. Did you see him? Like, come on. You know you want to come to Texas. She just seems to be the smartest. She's probably a kid, like, they're all rich kids, but she was probably like, look, I can't, this podcast is dead. I have to make up fake questions and praise him. Saddest thing ever. But this whole other AMA might be the most, one of the questions was, Brendan, I know you're so amazing at whiskey and everything, but can you tell us how great you are? And they actually read that like it was a real question. Like she didn't write it or anything, which is so pathetic and sad. But I don't know, man. He looked mighty thirsty. Now, she wasn't gonna end up going.
Brian, what you learn and you'll pass on to your kids.
keep moving, create your way out of every problem. Everything's crazy. Everything's figure outable. Everything's figure outable, and don't harbor resentment. Figure out a way to forgive everyone. You turn your back on your own. Here's a little.
That helps them with like variance, but as far as like we went through it, it would be like be smart. Like to women, be fucking something. There's nothing Brian could have done to prevent that because it's not like he mistreated somebody. It's like sometimes like life isn't fair. The lesson is life isn't fair. Brian's done everything right. Brian's too nice. Nice to everybody. Women, I've never seen to everybody. Brian gets fucking too nice. Too nice. Life ain't fair. Even nice guys there. Sometimes.
In life ain't fair, dude. That's it. In life, you're going to meet chaos. Your money, you're going to meet loss of some kind. You're going to have plans, and then you're going to have a form of a death, you know? And no one avoids that. No one avoids disaster, loss. You have your card. Something happens, but a lot of times it's bad for people. A lot of times it's fucking hard. Think about your child. You know, I just had a scare with my child. I just had a scare with my child. That's way worse than that.
It's also, yeah, it's all perspective. But I also think, like, before that happened to Brian, we couldn't walk down the street without having a comic or whoever asked to come on this show. I mean, it was like, going again. Couldn't this happen to Brian? None of them. That's whatever. That's fine. But I think at the time, you think you have all this community, you have all these friends, and then you find out when shit hits you need those people, they're not really there, which is a good thing. Because they can't be your foxhole. When shit hits the fan, they're not in the foxhole. These bitches run around all crazy, not know what to do. We've been through it. So I'm almost grateful that that happened because all those people were fake. I'm not a bitch. They are.
But like part of like the challenges go through is you go through things like fair and you everyone because otherwise you're turning your back on your own future. Revenge or I said there's too much work to do. Just keep moving. You just keep moving, be your best version of yourself. That's how you can in life. I don't care what you're gonna go through, and you're gonna go through something. I promise you'll go through something. Everybody does. Brian Callen's career with Joe Rogan because he was given 300 to kick somebody. Holy crap! He won't do his podcast anymore, and he had another justification of why he doesn't do stand-up comedy anymore when he was like, you gotta take a selfie and say a bitch. So basically now if you're a comedian, you're a bitch. Now, I would sort of agree with them in everything that Shab said about comedians stop messing with them and hanging with them ever since Callen was accused. His problem though, they were the first ones to do it when Chris Leo was accused. Leo was accused, the first ones to throw him under the bus. Callen said he hardly met them when they hung out all the time and they both had a show. Now, yeah, because now they're Brian Callen never got accused the way he got accused of, and the fighter and the kid did the podcast story about they only told Zoe because comedians who won't do a couple of things. He is right. A lot of comedians do it. It also has to do with the fact that his podcast is dead. So why would you want to do his dead stupid podcast? Anyway, but there is some degree out there that don't want to mess with them because of the allegations. Because people still want to kiss up to Joe Rogan, get on Joe Rogan with that notion, but accused, but like I said, they did the same thing. You miss Sham crying, watching his goddamn life, so I don't know, the whole thing is incredible. But yeah, well, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Brendan, this part's for you. When you were ejected, what led up to the ump kicking you out right away? Also, what type of coach do you consider yourself personality-wise?
I wish you gave me an option for personalities. I just think that's his thing. Like I said, he kicked out 2 or 3 coaches prior to me from another game. Apparently, that's his thing. You know, he's super sensitive. Fucking Shrek out there, so he's probably already on his heels when I came at him. So it's not like kids. If you don't like it, like cuss around. I believe in like discipline, like they mess up, like running.
Rappaport used to coach my dad. He would get so passionate. Like he was so funny and he would swear, but I wake up on Saturday, fucking this is the kind of shit I can't deal with, man. Like he's so excited, but the parents knew how much he loved the kid.
I know I want what's best for him, so you know everyone's cool with it. Yeah, but pretty, especially on Tiger, pretty strict. The only is especially even with the kids that aren't the best players, I don't care as long as they're giving me effort. Then we're good. Once you start bullshitting, then I have a problem.
How do you deal with like a lazy little?
I'll bench them.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do you ever have a parent come up to you yet?
Just if. This is the last. Yeah, this is it. I got Boston. Oh yeah, he's too good. The base running and the pickoffs, like his IQ's way higher. Yeah, I can't pitch. I was pitching last night and my fucking arm's sore. I throw as fast as I can. Really can't get it. He's yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he needs a real coach. Yeah. To get to where he wants.
Because it's playoff time. I want to see if I can make money. This guy, Brendan Schaub, is a walking contradiction. Everything out of his mouth is a lie, contradicts himself. So, first of all, still blaming the umpire. But then without realizing it, and kind of backs up what the umpire did. So, he got thrown out of the game for swearing. That's what Brendan Schaub got thrown out of that game for. Swearing. Both of them. And then he admits, I swear all the time around the kids, around people's kids. You don't want me as a coach. First of all, they don't want you as a coach. Stupid. Why do you think they keep uploading footage of you to the fighter? Want you as a coach. That's how much the actual. Yeah, the coach is there hitting balls, and the kid in shop is standing next to him, someone else, probably the coach. Edited that footage to show Brendan Schaub is looking terrible without being able to catch a ball. And then uploaded it to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. And then they uploaded the footage. Brendan Schaub getting ejected from the people around you. There are some good detectives at the fight. No one's that good to somehow get the footage of you at your kid's baseball game And he admits that he's not a good coach, but he's very tough on Tiger. But someone else should probably coach Tiger going forward in baseball. If that's the case, then why are you there then, dude? If you know you're terrible at it. And this goes back to the thing when he was that not your friend's house, even at their friend's house. You're just walking around swearing at your kids and their friends and stuff. Oh my god. But you'll let like little truths slip once in a while. Walk around swearing. Everyone there is just happy that this weird is quick enough for all the people around him. Probably Rogan is my best friend. Let me on your team. And you know he so does that because they do that with everything else. They throw around Joe Rogan's name. So you know they do that around the normies. And then he goes on his podcast and trashes the other people's kids on the baseball team, like the little fat kid and stuff. So it's like the only consolation prize is no one watches Brendan Shaw's podcast anymore. But to a normal person, they're probably like, whoa, Tiger's dad is friends with Joe Rogan and he's trashing my kid on his podcast. Well, let me upload this footage. What do you see? Podcast, but Bob Callen Chin, Schnoz isn't going. Job is moved to Texas on a dead podcast, so you got that happening. It's going to be bothering me anything, so people can email in questions that they're not going to read, but they can just get a hold of your email address and try to pathetic. But this man is so sad. He would just go on and admit that, yeah, I just yell at all the kids and swear at them. Really, dummy? Loaded footage of you to your hate sub, stupid. But now, no self-reflection, no stuff. Just a rich he's bragging about being rich when it's really just using his father's money. Pathetic. Look at it. Looking like Camel. Looking like Camel Joe. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, I must say I didn't get to make three. So for me, not that bad, but for him, it's terrible. I mean, getting ejected out of that baseball game, like, what are you doing? These 9-year-olds. So let me know your thoughts in the comments.
batting fourth, crushing it. That lost the game where he had a bad his attitude and control. Because then, nope, I'm not happy. And I'm always the fun dad when he knows I'm upset, like he fucked up. I don't have to do much. I'm his dad. So I'm the first base coach. I'll be like, all right, big dog, best. No professional sports experience. Played in fucking fourth grade. Goes D. I'll remind his ass though. Sorry, I'll grab him by the collar and be like, hey, motherfucker, you think you went professional to motherfucking sports? I can hold my fucking jock strap. He's gonna listen to me.
Okay, so child trashing his son's coach. First and foremost, his son had an attitude. You embarrassed your son and got every time you're there, and this just confirmed it. You just said, son, he never listens to me, but he listens to the other shit. He's still he doesn't want you there. You're not a coach. You're there to be his coach. I remember once I went on a field later park, and then my mom just showed up with her friend. And I was like, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're bad. That's how you beat your dad. You got beat up by Bubba in the UFC. Person on the internet. His mom looking like a whore on Instagram and making him take the pictures. That's also really, really, really embarrassing. But then you show up to his game, you're screaming, making noise. I hate to say this, but I'm gonna have to just go ahead. This is a very rich, well-to-do minority there, and his loud minority parents. It's like, just go away. But I mean, damn, Sean can just take no responsibility. What was that at the end? Felt like or when you ended and played football in college, and then we were going to try out in the NFL, that makes ball, and he's supposed to listen to me. Just a joke. Brendan Schaub is an absolute joke. And everything's a lie and contradiction. He trashed the coach, though, saying, I don't know why my son listens to the coach instead of me. Oh, you're an embarrassment, but no wonder. He did it from the game and from the practice. A parent on another team. But, I mean, you can tell the fighter in the kid episode where they did the fake asking anything again. But he just kept bringing up that baseball game. And by the way, this was just his son. We're going to get this whole arc in Texas. his son's game in like a Lamborghini. It's all loud and shit. There's this one thing in which embarrasses his son. There was this one. I don't want you to be embarrassed if I show up to your school in an expensive, nice car. I worked hard for it. However, they never got his son's perspective. And his son's perspective was everybody in this school is rich. They got real money and they show it off. You're showing off your money because as if you don't really got it. No one at my school is impressed you haven't been. They're all billionaires at my school. So I guarantee you this asshole shop shows up in like the loudest cars ever, Lamborghinis, whatever, makes a complete scene around to his son's baseball game. Probably has the same amount of money and nobody's impressed. You're just being loud and distracting. Of course you are, which is why you're which is why you're the one they're uploading footage to with the fighter and the kid subway. But yeah, look at poor. Now, first and foremost, by the way, which he talked about the tablet thing. His son's not having access to it. Good dad. But then he just said that his son's dumb. He's such an idiot. And dumb. Look at that. And, I mean, I got a lot of videos, but they keep doing fake AMAs where they're reading off fake questions. Hey, Brendan, I see that you're crushing it in life. I mean, your podcast failed. You have to quit stand-up and you're moving to Texas. But what's it like being awesome and great? You to actually make up that question and read it on air as if anyone would believe that that was a real question is ridiculous. But they have to stroke this dummy's ego so much they actually do it. And then he's upset. Isn't going down. Experience we would attempt to footage. Although I wonder after he leaves if the coach and other people on his son's he's already technically left. I'm assuming by the way these videos when we get them are like at least a week old or 2 weeks old. So I want to come forward and be like with maybe 30 Mexicans with him is what I don't know. But yeah, just This is a picture of the new bed. Not even as good as the LA backyard, even though you can afford a way better beaver in Texas. Brandon Child's wife is not. I mean, when she was with Romeo, she was the queen of LA, and now she's getting downgraded for a dude who doesn't even really have a job there. I mean, Callan is already bringing back his solo podcast, which is going to be over soon. But Callan just finally said he's probably going to do like a schedule thing and just be like, I'm not going to be around, Papa. I'm not going to be around. I got to do the residency. I got to travel here. My stand-up's really starting to pick up now. So she's moving to Texas for no reason. And she's not happy because she posted this house and it says bye for now. Making it back to LA. I'm sure Shaw probably told her, look, babe, don't worry. We're good down there. We're going to go on Rogan every week. Callan's going to be doing a residency. The numbers are going to go back up. And when it does, I'll get you that mansion in LA again. I'll get you that mansion in Calabasas again. But right now, we're going to be in Austin, Texas. There'll be more of your people around now. Bye for now. Let me assure you, everyone on your side of the league here, like, don't come back. Can you imagine right now? Because they're officially in Texas now. The block party that's happening on that street where Shaw used to live. Like, oh, thank God. We're going to have to listen to loud car engines and salsa music all through the night. There's not Mary. For some reason, empty bottles of Tiger Thick whiskey are no longer in the streets. But, yeah. So, yeah, you can tell she's not happy about this. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But the shit, like, it's the Make the article about the Yeah, he's not like that thing, right?
Who posted this video?
That's the question.
Because the actual play, the slide,
Yeah,
like
on
all of a sudden,
purpose.
it's just, yeah, totally.
They did it on purpose. The shitty thing is this is a closed feed. So the parents watch it. So some bitch ass parents sent that to the outlets.
Are you worried about your reputation preceding you when you go down to Austin?
Oh, here he got thrown out. You know, he had to move to Boston.
Oh, here he comes. Here comes the hothead dad.
You should pretend like it's because you got thrown out of this game that you had
I
to
did what else. That's great. The internet did that. Look what moved to Austin. No, any dad that's ever came up coaching their kiddos, they get thrown out all the time. It's just part of the game.
Got it.
Like I said, if your dad's not getting thrown out, he don't care.
That's pretty silly.
Oh, it was so stupid. I was trying. I just walked away, went to the back, and I was like, oh.
So how do you deal with that with Tiger afterwards? Like, what do you say?
He was already safe, but he should have been safe by a mile. Tiger's not slow, but he was jogging.
So it's really his fault.
Oh, wow.
That's what I told him.
Yeah. I had to feed.
I hope you're happy. And I can't go to the next game either. It could cost last game in California. Jog. He chose to jog.
Ice cream for you. Ice cream.
The guy in the other video either. So now we got Brian Deck into the mind of Brendan Child and how he relates to some for him getting thrown out. Remember the other like, I was like, you're gonna put your attitude. And while you're listening to coaches mad at his son, and he really does believe it. Because listen to what he was said right there. Now I can't do this podcast, by the way. He told us when he moved to Texas, I'm doing this podcast. I'm trying to get him a podcast. They can, not that much. He's officially in Texas now. And he's flying around like a whole still he can escape to. Meanwhile, he's in this kid's life, doesn't let them on the tablets. He tells everyone to hang out with. They don't have tablets, but he's still talking about the baseball thing. And he's so stupid because he's like, we're the Jazz parents. Like I've already said, it was the coach. Because they uploaded the feed from their practice. The coach don't like you. And when I said kid in baseball this game, no, you're just a nut who kept swearing around 9-year-olds. You're right there. When he's out there swearing, bothering the coaches, inserting himself, getting mad at his son. The second that throw out the fat kid, don't let the fat kid get a hit on you. And shot never and then he scored. Let's keep it real in the UFC or anything. And the UFC isn't like making a team or something. So he is one of those dudes who never really made it in sports. So he's going to try and live vicariously through his son to try and do it. Classic behavior. So football at home. He even worked at the football game. And on that, he was after they were going, oh man, this guy won one fight you see, and then got beat up a guy named Bubba. He's gonna be quote unquote only his son with the entire team doing the same expectation. in a Lamborghini that his dad bought, doing that dipping stuff, spitting into an empty water bottle, just moving it around. How many empty water bottles with spit in it from his stupid dipping pouches do you think are left around that dugout? We have to pick it up after the game too. I mean, what would it be the last time Sean talked about it? I don't know, but the fact that he's blaming his son for all this is just messed up. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Oh my god, guys. First come tomorrow, so I can't wait. Coming along really nicely. I'm exhausted. I had to sit down because I can't. But I love the house. And so far, Texas has treated me.
Sitting around and having movers and decorators do stuff, and then Nanny watched the kids. There's a new crib, but she posted. Motherhood is doing everything for everyone, but they don't understand what they need to be doing. We did get some pictures of the new heat, by the way. But they got this thing going on here. What is this house? Stucco or something? This is not as good. I get it's a lot of town. This is not as good as the LA mansion. And she's gonna hate this. Look at that. Look at this setup right over here. Look at this couch. Home sweet home. She put hardwood floors. Other stuff for her. So, trying to make the best of it, but it's just not gonna happen. You can already tell in her life. Put on that post yesterday, bye for now to LA. When she was with Puig and Little Romeo, she didn't have dreams of ending up in Austin, Texas. So her dumb husband could follow Brian Callen trying to get away from him. But she even had to accept this move because he probably like, look, babe, I mean, I can't afford to live here anymore. And if you divorce me, that's funny, so you're not really going to get anything. So she probably just stuck with him. But let me know your comments.
Wow, yeah.
Especially is thinking one thing and one thing only. Why is he still here? So we already announced he was leaving, and it's supposed to be just Crystallia and Eric Griffin doing the Golden Hour podcast. But my God, I mean, you can spend all the time around Brendan's job, day in, day out, do a podcast. Be shocked by his stupidity. And even Dalia said, stupidest thing he's ever heard. Why did your green car? Holy goose. Or should only be Dalia and Eric Griffin, although I got the feeling Brendan Johnson is still going to pop fast, aka get some addies and stories. I'm going to play to get away from it. So I suspect that that's really going to happen. Immediately going to the podcast, though his wife makes him once again. But it was just hilarious hearing Dalia flip out on him. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. President housewife is completely delusional. So they did the move to Texas, and first she showed off this room before really overlooking the bar area, and then she put still a work in progress, adding a couple more things. But wow, what a difference! Mind you, house was built in 2022, so it made it look way older than it really was. That looks worse. Extremely worse. Isn't she supposed to be like a decorator or something? One of her new pretend jobs. She's terrible at her job. But then she posted these pictures. She went and did a photo shoot. Because, you know, why not? Texas USA. It's her new Texas era. What? It's my time. What? Ah! Looks like a man in this one. Ain't your wife, that's a man, baby. What the? What is this? Then it's my time. It's your time to do what? It's your time to get a job because, I mean, you've had to downgrade from Hollywood to Texas. No man following people's podcasts. About the over. My God, she's already with her kids. White, upset. Apparently, the new Mexican man is taking white children around that neighborhood. Their dog. Everyone's like, oh boy, there goes the neighborhood. Now everyone's going to be hearing about Lamborghinis, mariachi music being played and stuff. I know it's Texas, but this is really control all this.
So,
nonsense coming from
Rabbbi
the shop.
was Prime Minister of Israel. The significant thing that happened in the meantime, of course, is the Yom Kippur War, which immediately preceded the Prime Minister. The Yom Kippur War, which was one point in great detail, but was forgot. Also, the President, the Prime Minister of Egypt, and all to great sense of the horrible really win that war. The borders were pushed right back to where they were prior to the war. In fact, over the course of the years, each and Israel would eventually dictate a peace treaty. This would be a traditional land for peace deal, in which the Sinai Peninsula was given back to the Egyptians and respected the border with Israel. Gaza, however, want to take Gaza back. It's heavily around the area. Greater course Palestinians living within Israel proper. And Rabbin, most of his life, until really the very end, he was much more. He became prime minister after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, and he came into conflict with governments are not formed by American governments. Here in America, we have political spectrum is so broad that they really tens of political parties. None has ever been able to achieve majority status. They have 120 seats in Knesset, never has a seats. They get 61 altogether. Then they have a block and they can rule the government. That's a style government. So it really depends on the long-term negotiation between the most common marriage until 70s. They were so upset with this government for breaking what was the religious standard, as they felt. So they, 60 other seats to agree that we should drop out of this government. That's another thing that doesn't so much in America. In this country, if you want to change the government outside of the regular election cycle, you have to somebody. Or shoot somebody, God forbid. That happens too. But on it, so they're more Zionist, but also observe the Shabbat. Then abstain from but in a sense with them, you have a huge fight, kicked them out of the government. It was a big Nazi's article about the Jewish Telegraph to show you that my father shows these kinds of fights over plot exist even today. Okay. Ironies of politics. I skipped over very quickly. In dollars, because they didn't have them. The OSHA were calculated against the value of the dollar because it varied from week to week. So in an attempt to try and control, they put in place a regulation. Nobody, no Israeli is allowed a foreign bank account. That was considered your money outside of the country. We need your money right here inside Bangladesh or whatever it was. So when a journalist discovered a bank from when she was the ambassador, right here, was a huge an elite.
But now
Rabin was a bit of an exception because he was a course of Ashkenazi. Internal revolution was supported goes up, and they said not going to support this kind of model that is hostile to our the mindset of Israelis. It was the Renaissance. Sephardic block of both Rabin power. Don't forget, even when Begin came to power in 77, he did not have a majority government. He still had of various other parties. And we should recall that the way they choose members to occupy certain seats in the government populates a ticket with a number one member of the party, number two member of the party, number three member of the party. And when they negotiate seats in the Knesset and ministries, they give those the top is very close to the top of the list, if not at the top in this context, but he was called upon to deal with the first intifada, a persistent problem for the state. It refers, and I wish we had a lot, but it refers to a very important change. 60s, that's when the concept of Palestinian as distinct from themselves, and in many ways the Palestinians had expressed their Arab leaders of other lands, the leaders of Egypt, the leaders of Syria. They said, like, what have you done for us lately? Keep on having these big wars, but what do we get out of it? In the end, you'll make a peace deal like Egypt, and we get nothing out of it. So, at the beginning of the late 1980s, began to mobilize the grassroots uprising against Israel. I remember distinctly, because I lived in Israel in the early 80s, how many were there. I used to live. Tactics of the Intifada involved low-level rock throwing became emblematic. So might have had as a fighter plane, but how do you use those those things effectively against children throwing stones. The stones are dangerous, so you have to do something about it.
Second.
Control of the military. Also, the fact that Israel is a with a free press, an incredibly free press, and there are always photographers around. Sometimes these events are even terrible. Widely endorsed monkeys out there who want to get a education. Come here. Deal with that. At any rate, Rabbbi tried the hard fist. Did methods used in South Africa to try and quell disturbances against apartheid, rubber bullets and water cannons and various types of armed personnel carriers, and it just dug a deeper and deeper hole. And he was simply not succeeding against the Intifada. The word is wet and wants to shake off the water. Like instead of having the Egypt or the Syrians, the Lebanese, and so on, kind of shaking off the Israelis kind of mentality. Very heavily practiced the Gaza Strip, and Israel had full rights of non-Israeli citizens, where movement was restricted. The checkpoints were put in, bags were checked, the bombs everywhere you went, and ultimately, under Sharon, much later, an actual physical wall was built to try and separate the Arab citizens living in, or the Arab population in Israel, Palestinians, from the Jewish population. It should also be noted, of course, that there are 750,000 Arab citizens of Israel who have freedom of movement throughout the country, and on occasion would collude with and there was no taxes. Certainly not thanks to first Intifada started in 1986. By short-sighted politically, say, well, this is great. The Palestinians will have less funds flowing to their sexual organizations, and therefore they will be weaker. Rabin's thinking was, right now, I deal primarily with one enemy. His name is Yasser Arafat. He's the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization. Israel had did a great job at making sure he was unwelcome in any of the countries that bordered They actually wars against Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and at this point was forced to live in Tunis. He was still defeated. I don't make with Yasser Arafat now, then I will fight against 1,000 Yasser Arafats. Command much smaller but very dangerous terrorists. So Rabbin, in many ways, took this very bold decision. So what ended up happening is Arafat chose to take him up on this offer, and in this iconic photograph, brokered by the Americans under eventually the found of America, actually up until today, because we don't know what happened in Israel. Later, President Trump's speech, but up until the version of the Oslo Accords of 1992, accepting Gaza, which no longer was relevant because in 2003, under a different administration, Israel abandoned Gaza to the confidence building that would allow Israel a sense of security, living in a demilitarized Palestinian state. They looked at the demographics in the region, set aside Jerusalem because they knew it was too thorny an issue. The Palestinians regard Jerusalem as their capital, as the Jews also. And so they said, okay, those areas where there's lots of Palestinians, area A, we will give the Palestinians local control. Things like sanitation, policing, education, whatever it is that they want to do for self-government, the Israelis will allow that to happen. In other areas, there will be Palestinian administration, but the Israelis will maintain security. The yellow areas here, and in the white areas in between, the area C, area. The goal was the Palestinians would show the Israelis would slow territorial control over these regions, and gradually, the theory went, they would move towards a two-state solution. Obviously, here we are 20 years later, and we still don't have it for a variety of reasons, but the Palestinians were incapable of taking those measures. There continued to be a wave of horrific suicide attacks, especially in the early 2000s. And Palestinians will say that Israel reneges on its part of the deal by continuing to build settlements. Settlements are facts on the ground, meaning once you've got a group of people living in a place, it's incredibly difficult to uproot them and move them away. And so there's this ongoing back and forth between those groups. I'm not here to give a political equivalency between those, the argument, but nevertheless, that is where we are deadlocked. For his but on the other hand, Israelis felt that this is a trail of his values, as he was giving away some of the cherished land of Israel itself. This has consequences. Immigrants that would return to Israel coming of the Messiah. And so by stepping backwards from the unfolding of the era, and Rabbin came up with incredible picture here. He won the Nobel Prize for Peace. He shares it here with Yasser Arafat and Shimon Peres. He does not look terribly thrilled to be receiving it. Maybe he's not terribly thrilled to be standing on some stage with Arafat, because he's now the former hawk who's now receiving the Peace Prize. But this man, Yael Amir, in 1995, approached Rabbin in a public square and shot him in the back several times. It was buried is now a national monument and eulogized by world figures all over Chaver. Include the remarks of a complex figure who played a great role in the shaping of Israel's policy. War hero came and died. Lasting marks long. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking with you.
Yeah, like the house, all that stuff I won't miss. Like the house we live in now, I woke up this morning like, I can't, Casey saw it, like, I can't believe this is my fucking house. This is insane. Yeah, but
we're on to tonight's material because there's a lot of fascinating things to discuss. First of all, we have to give our thanks to the Shermans. Ruth and Mike Sherman. This donation is actually a small collection that I have to actually hit 5,000. Giving these lectures and posting them online, and this is when I moved up here to the mighty Avenue J campus at Surrey College. So you can see there's a positive trajectory, and we're hoping that it'll continue. It's really nice to know that so many people appreciate Jewish history and want to grow in their awareness and knowledge of the Jewish people, their trials, tribulations, the achievements throughout the centuries, and so on. Okay, so with that, let's just move on. David, could I trouble you to please close that door so we don't hear the hallway noise? Thank you very much. Tonight's lecture is all about Theodor Herzl. A very problematic and tragic figure on some levels. He had, in many ways, a very sad personal life, as we shall see. Sadder than I could have imagined, actually, before I did this research. At the same time, he is a figure of heroic, global posture. He's someone who is a figure who strode across the world stage like a colossus and made changes in the geopolitical reality of the 20th century that we are still feeling well into the 21st century. A very short life. He died of heart disease quite young, but his impact on the Middle East and on the rest of the globe was phenomenal. He is known, of course, as the father of modern political Zionism. There are many other forms of Zionism. We'll touch on a few of them today. And he was not the first person to introduce the concept of a modern Jewish a potential that people could actually discuss at the highest levels of government. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 30 minutes or so is to give you a quick orientation to his life, the somewhat surprising background that he brought to his Jewish aspirations, and maybe we'll be able to tease out some of the philosophy of Zionism that he espoused, and that in fact was later expressed in the reality of the Jewish state some 50 years after he passed away. Okay? So without any further ado, well, let's look at his background, his family. Here he is as a young boy with a sister who passed away at a young age from typhus, and here he is with his mother, a very well-to-do Germanophile family living in Hesse. Hesse is, of course, across the river from Buda, and when those two cities joined, they became known as Budapest. The Germanophile is a very significant term. The family, like many Jews living as urban minorities in non-Germanic regions such as Hungary, tended to identify with German culture. This is really an aspect of the great 19th century German-Jewish synthesis, in which Jews felt that the German culture specifically had so many qualities and had such an intellectual character that if only Jews were to sufficiently emulate the values of Germanic, a culture that they would ultimately be accepted both in a legal sense through emancipation and also in a social sense as equal members of the society around them. Of course, speaking in the second decade of the 21st century, we know how disastrous that policy was, but it certainly did not appear that way at the end of the 19th century. The Germans were a highly civilized people with a culture that towered above most other Europeans with their science, their literature, and Jews felt that they also had a little bit of a leg up. Yiddish was the vernacular. It's very closely related, really medieval German with a certain admixture of Hebraic and Romance and Slavic terms, whereas Billy Crystal, the comedian, puts it, Yiddish is basically German with a lot of Slavic. Right, I always like that. Anyways, so having Yiddish as a vernacular made it easier for Jews to make the shift over to Germanic culture, and so many of these urban Jewish elites living in these cities outside of German cultures became more German than the Germans themselves, and they wanted to try and carve out their identity with dominant power. To give you another example of that, you see this also in Canada, where in Montreal, before René Lévesque in the 1970s, were very pro-Anglophone, not Francophone. They're very much for the state power of English-speaking Canada, based in Ottawa, Toronto, and elsewhere, rather than identifying with the people around them. There was also a strong pro-Magyar element, pro-Hungarian element in Hesse, but in the late 19th century, the Germanophile element was the strongest. Along with this linguistic orientation and cultural orientation, was also, of course, a highly assimilationist viewpoint. Herzl's family was upper middle class business people, were very successful, and they wished to continue that success by emulating the Germans as much as they could without outright converting. This is very common throughout much of Germany in the late 19th century, and of course many families did take that next step. Karl Marx's parents, for example, took that next step and had their children baptized in an attempt to give them a leg up in their social climbing later on in life. That didn't quite happen with the Herzls, but it wasn't so far off. Here's a picture of him as a young teen. His father insisted he should not get a bar mitzvah. Rather, he would stay home and he would have a confirmation instead. Confirmation, of course, is much closer to Catholic practice and was felt to be more civilized and refined, rather than having a child simply parrot out some Hebrew words and has no idea what he's saying anyways. Actually, I just I had my youngest son was bar mitzvahed just a couple of weeks ago, so it's been a whirlwind of engaging some family affairs. But I was thinking to myself, that's kind of ironic. This is I'm not going to put on the internet, so it's a bonus for those of you here live. You know how many cultures they have an adolescent rite of passage for kids to become adults. Like where I grew up in northern Canada, the native Canadians, the First Nations, would like take their adolescent kids, strip them naked, throw them into the forest, we call it the bush, and leave them there for a few days. They have to find their way out with tools, things like that. These are like tests of manhood and adulthood. So what do we do with Jewish kids? We expose them to the possibility of public humiliation. Right? Put them in front of everybody and just see what's going to happen. Will they survive or not? So thank God. Anyway, he did not have a bar mitzvah, and he had surprisingly assimilationist views throughout his life. His Zionism was not a contradiction to his Jews. Emulate
this woman.
protests and how Jews isolated stuff like that. When I came to my turn, I represented Joe Collins. I said, I can state with confidence that we have anti-Semitism office. None. Anyways, he did not experience that. He experienced that, and he chose not to identify as a result. Law did not satisfy him. He ended up being quite a prolific journalist and also a playwright. Several of his plays were actually produced, and he was a figure of some note in the Austrian literary world. Eventually married Julie Schauer, who also died tragically at a very young death. I think she was years. She was 38 at the time. He, his wife, and all their children died at a very young age. Middle class background. He was the first woman in Vienna to use nail polish. But it says something about her little tidbit. Herzl himself was a huge Ophelia was a different relationship.
17 goals
Classes on the first floor. But at any rate, Herzl met a 13-year-old woman at a family gathering, and he was so taken with this 13-year-old girl that he was resolved that he was going to wait until he was adult, which was the age that you could get married. Months later, he had his shower, and everything had changed for him. Unfortunately, they did not have a very why did you hear is why trying to achieve his dream. And in fact, even 2 or 3 months after a play, of course, per se, but let's go down to his political career, which is, there was a family. Place, but just at the end of the day, So as fascinating as it was quite exotic, this world change, as in fact it was still is to this day. To give you a sense, the switching over to the metric system, which is a more logical system that we use here in this case, switching over to a 10, which they use in the French order. I mean, all of these things eventually sort of calmed down. You had a Thermidor where the France began to move the 20th century, they're not foreigners. They could have lived in Russia for 800 years with permanent residence in Russia. And of course, this kind of tenuous existence was very difficult on Jewish sensibilities. So the idea that all people were equally in this new French Republic was something overwhelming. When the Jews spoke up and said, that means us, the Ashkenazi Jews living on our border with Germany and Alsace-Lorraine, Jews, of course, this was an amazing thing because it meant in Europe they had equal status. One great step. They would never go back again. The Dreyfus Affair, look up Director of David Zinn's house, SINV, sale of the secrets to France and Germany basically for 30 years. Really overdo it. Hopefully they needed to find a scapegoat, and Dreyfus, a assimilated Jew who really didn't stand out, and several things happened to him as a result. Why is this special? Thinkers was touched off in particular by Emile Zola, famous writer who printed his 64-point font you handled the way the evidence was. Ultimately, Dreyfus was exonerated. Duplicity, and the Lord actually believed that Dreyfus was guilty. He was not by the rancor of the crowd. He could not, with people being upset that this was a traitor, who, by the way, being a traitor and being Jewish was identical in their minds. And it found him, and the crowd, both those Shrieks, owed death to the Jews and the tremendous venom that they were expressing for Dreyfus. You know, one of those 180 from my American co-workers, primarily because Canada is a normal country to the north, and if worse comes to worse, I could always go home and I get free health care. Taxes. Did not have a homeland to which I could retreat should things change. So he viewed Israel fundamentally as refuge for Jews. He envisioned it basically like a European state, a liberal democratic state, something like, if you imagine, if you've been to Haifa, it's a lot like people say that's like Herzl's town, you know? People actually greet each other in the streets, they walk politely, they obey the traffic laws, things like that, right? That's kind of like Herzl's Vienna on the Mediterranean. And he viewed, and secular by the way, because he did not associate religious views with Israel, he just wanted the Jews themselves to have a refuge. And that he felt would solve not only for those persecuted Jews who would actually have to live there, meaning specifically the Jews from the Russian Empire, but he felt it would also solve the problems of those Jews living in countries where they might choose to remain. America, Canada, so all of this happened at the turn. I'm sure that you're asking a very sophisticated question. You're keeping me on my game here because I have to give you an exception to the rule. So I seem to have a culture equal to the in England, because English Jews, like, you know, English culture is very good. We have Shakespeare, you know, they don't feel that they would, let's say, in Hungary, in particular, in Slovakia, in the borderlands with Poland. So, fire kids always sophisticated question. But the Jews basically were also very patriotic friends. Firehead. Yes. So that Alsace-Lorraine is problematic also because the Jews there, they're kind of not replenish much more. Those are not the Jews who are urban and are trying to. Let's move to his actual report. The most famous book that you was the Rothschild, the Jewish state written in 1896, of course, erupts in 1895. The Jewish state, obviously a very strong idea, a state, an actual political state. And they've been using the Rothschild. Research on that last wasn't something like the Messianic. It was all about how to solve anti-Semitism. The Rothschild, the Jewish question, which is related to the Rothschild. What are we going to do with these women who are not going to want like have equal rights? Right? That's always, these questions are very irritating. So the Rothschild, the Jewish question was, how can we deal with these Jews who are not quite like us? And when they become like us, we're not really comfortable with that. How do we solve it? The Jewish Rothschild is and so he argued that by establishing the state, was today, but also in the same kind of way, is Neuland, the itself about the nature of the culture that would divide the best of Western culture, Western European culture, in Italy, where by his political activities, which was really only about 20 years or last 10 years of life were occupied with systematic activity as he attempted to convince the world powers that his model of the Rothschild will actually solve all of their individual Jewish problems. He was, as I mentioned earlier, a romantic, and he definitely capitalized on his physical bearing to try and charm the people with which he had. The modern Moses, and was able to charm his way. I mean, he's a journalist, working for a few medium-sized papers, and actually that since Germany had a very pronounced New Praga, anti-Semitic problem, Germany had, in his mind, perhaps the most profound problem for Jews who were assimilating rapidly. For a minute, we should recall that we've seen it at the time this is happening. There got it all wrong, portrayed the story of the Jews as achieving great things, despite we're talking about the elites of culture in the university hallways who are. So he went first to Wilhelm II, and he felt this is really going to work. If I can convince the Germans to back my problem was Germany did not own Israel at the time, right? So Israel from Ahmed Tevfik Pasha, Pasha the title, he was the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire, and in many, not really correct, they're protected populations, they're welcome as guests, there's certain rules that they have to obey, and they are not allowed to, comes from its desert origins, which values hospitality very highly, and as long as the Jews are going to be law-abiding, then by the suggestion that the nation should dictate to him what the Sultan, who was actually the chief executive officer of the Royal Family, he's the president, however, and so the whole idea was kind of reducing story, running around various, and Turkey, but also acting in the backdrop of that term Zionism. The word Zion, the concept of a yearning to return to Zion is as old as the diaspora itself. I mean, if you look into biblical return to Zion, it's in the prayers recited 3 times a day. It's in the great Herzlian Zionism different, divorced from any religious glory. Israel is millennial, and Jews of all Israel. Moving to Israel, of course, is called Aliyah, ascent. It's not a horizontal move, it's always a vertical move. And so you have Jews like here's some of the people from the first Aliyah, the first ascent. '80s. Patriot and someone who had an equally very quickly give you a sense of the breadth of what's happening in this way. The whole which is a sort of socialism, also very popular among Jews at the end of the 19th century, and Zionism. In other words, it's not enough. It's over there, we created another European country. Let's create the workers' paradise. The Yiddish underneath here reads, Jewish proletariat of all lands, unite yourselves under the flag of the workers of Zion, right? Very sort of communist, socialist, Marxist language, workers of Zion. And of course, you recognize proletariat of all lands unite. That is, of course, the great workers' strike. The concept of a Führer principle, a single leader who knew what was best for the nation, and that people had to follow that leader who had their best interests at heart. Of people's workers, the local Arabs living in a symbiosis. These two Zionisms, of course, you have religious Zionism as the principal figure or the kind of figurehead of the movement was Rothschild, a very important figure. Last year. all of the successes
all over the
Zionism appears more on the newsprint, on the headlines. So all of these movements begin to shake the world. I'm going to have to ask questions afterwards. Will also be telling, I think, for a sense of his philosophy of Zionism was the so-called proposal. Now, it wasn't actually Uganda, it was actually closer to Nairobi, but that was the terminology to use this time. Essentially, given of the Ottoman Sultan, England said, you know what? And by the way, you have to bear this in mind. We're talking about late 19th century. The colonial fact, we have the white man's birth to carry, which includes we have these Jews, they are raised. We have this Jewish saga, we have not been able to answer properly, and they're all getting we just give them a piece of land. Okay, it was the second that they wanted Israel, but at the end of the day, the whole idea of giving a refuge to the Jews, giving them their own territory, would achieve the goals that he had articulated back in Rothschild in 1896. After an extremely contentious he carried the day, and as you can see, 295 of the Zionist delegates were in favor. 178 numbers in the delegation to overturn the vote. Their opposition to it, all the population who are for a state of their own, they're the ones who needed it the most. We have to bear in mind that they had gone through horrific pogroms in the 1880s, the pogroms in 1903, 1904, 1905, tremendous violence exacted against the Jews. The Tsar himself, Nicholas II, openly identified with the anti-Semitic group, the Black Hundred. It was a place where Jews felt threatened like nowhere else in the world. The notorious Bayless trial, 1911, 1913, where the Russian government actually prosecuted a legal case on the grounds that Jews were nationally blood. Completely ridiculous, but this is the 20th century. So when the Russian Zionist delegates said, we don't care about Africa, we don't care about chamber, everyone else who voted in favor felt the time. Of course, Herzl himself would die, which would be a huge distraction to the deliberations of the Congress, and World War I would break out, which presented other results in the Vassar Declaration and ultimately the establishment of the state. So when we look at the scope of this brilliant man's life, a person with a very troubled family life, at the same time, the entire Jewish people lost their family. He felt an obligation to the entire nation besides his narrow circle. We see a person who was deeply assimilated, who actively contemplated conversion as a solution to this notorious Jude Praga, and nevertheless, he himself initiated what would ultimately be the greatest literally nation-building experiment of the talk about Yitzhak Rabbi. Thank you very much. Really a pivotal turning point figure in Jewish history. He was a seminal figure who started an entire genre of Kabbalistic literature. I look forward to sharing with you a little bit about what that exactly is as we look through the text. And I think he is extremely illustrative of a very unusual period in Jewish history, that of the Safed circle or the Spot circle creativity in northern Israel in the 16th century. First, we have to give some propers to our sponsors for tonight, the good friends who have sponsored this lecture dedicated to Debbie Hayes, our beloved sister and Norm's finest student of biblical history. I'm very happy for preparing these lectures. Okay, let's go straight to the material. So, what we're going to be speaking about today jump in circle. Spot or Safed is a small town that emerged from nothing in the 60s, an incredibly important, luminous city of Jewish spiritual activity, took effect and transformed it dramatically in the 16th century. For those of you who are not regular undergraduates, I don't think I see any regular undergraduates in the room tonight. What is the Abramson rule? Money, right? It's all about money. So Spot actually, as a result of taxation changes on the Ottoman Empire, conquered this region and wanted to open it up the Galilee region. Suddenly was 20 Nobel Prize winners. It just completely transformed it. The gravitational pull of Israel, taking it from Jerusalem, which is always Israel's center, they're really dedicating a lot of spirit and intellectual energy toward north. And its draw continued for many years thereafter. By the end of the 16th century, a series of earthquakes in the region is for that particular city, but it has ever since remained a bastion of Jewish mysticism she looked at today. I was like, I was artist calling and well, focus on possible here's a typical street from Scott to narrow alleyways, the mountain background, the distance that's very typical. Here's where it is in the context of the Ottoman Empire. It was expanded dramatically in the 15th century. And in fact, the Ottomans would control Israel right up until the 20th century, which will be our topic. The region of having conquered the region. Empire. And so they encouraged Jews in particular to work with the craftsmen them to the cross. Perhaps the most important element of, by the way, trying man, I think his name is Yaakov Notwin. He's one of the great chroniclers, photojournalists of Israel Religious Society. From the greatest Kabbalist of all time, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai for today. But anyway, on Lag BaOmer, who happens to fall this year on Sunday, there is a annual major celebration at Meron, just outside of Tzfat, which attracts thousands, tens of thousands of people to come and visit it, and they engage in wild dancing like this, bonfires, things like that. So Tzfat was long recognized as a site where many of the great righteous ones of the previous generations were buried, and in fact our protagonist for today, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, had a major part to play in the promotion of this spiritual tourism, as we shall see shortly. But besides the draw to Tzfat, there's also a very important element that is pushing a particular category to Tzfat. Someone have any guess what that might be? I'll give you a hint. We're talking about the early 16th century. Excellent. No, Mr. White, I should have known. Very good. The Spanish expulsion. So check it out. So we have to think that really, unfortunately, here we are 70-odd years after the Holocaust, we have a sense of what it's like to experience such years of Jewish settlement. It represents the end of what was one of the most important, most successful civilizations in the region of Jewish civilization. And the idea that there was many of them fled to nearby Portugal, here on the coast, but their stay there was also short-lived, and Jews were forced to either convert or flee to Portugal in 1497, only 5 years later. So we have essentially Jews from the end of 15th country, with the exception of Jews who chose to live secretly. Jewish identity. So many of our story really has to do with the emigrants way over to the New World, ending up in the American Southwest. Some of them up to England, some of them landing within the region. You can see that spot isn't even quoted here, but it was a type of being exposed by Israel. It's important to note as well. Gladly accepting these refugees. The Sultan was laughing at the Spanish for expelling what he felt were their most productive to other ships. They welcomed open arms to regions such as Greece, to cities such as Istanbul, and of course to Israel. So the loss of Spain at the end of the 15th century was a human empire. In all ways, like for example, the Ottoman Empire had a great love of calligraphy, of hand-drawn manuscripts, and printing, which began to enjoy popularity at this time. Quality of published works, so they were slow to adopt the printing press. Ottoman regions, Jews were the only ones who were publishing books because they were prepared to exchange the artistic value of manuscripts for the much cheaper price that went along with printed books. Nevertheless, the bottom line is you have a lot of really talented intellectuals fleeing Spain, looking for a safe haven. And a particular category of those refugees were those spiritually minded Jews who ended up in Spa, creating, for a brief period of time in the 16th century, this tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. So let us turn now to our figure in particular, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. That's how he is typically known. He signed his name Cordovero, which is apparently a Portuguese spelling. He associated himself, by the way, with the Portuguese Jews living in indicates that his family had a little bit longer roots there. From Cordova, although we have no other evidence besides the name itself, Cordovero is the textile trade is his name is nevertheless known as Cordovero to most people, and Cordovero is the Roman, who referred to as the Roman tradition. This is one of the most holy places in Svat. It's the burial ground of many of the great communists who lived there. The graves are colored with a special blue paint, which is associated warding off the evil eye. The Vega stores here in the Holy City of Brooklyn, they'll sell little like hand-shaped sort of amulets, often with concerts, often with a little eye shape in the middle, and they're often in that light blue shade, which is associated primarily with the spot. And by the way, his father-in-law, and his primary teacher, is Harizal, Rabbi Isaac Elian, as he is known, certainly the most influential Kabbalist of modern times. His thought, although it differs in some from influential figure is placed here in these holy cemeteries. A rather dramatic moment in Jewish history. Rabbi Yaakov Ben decided to renew the traditional success. Very strong with this particular, picture of Moses. Very hard to let my ears grow out to that length. I don't think my wife will let me. I would love to be able to have this sort of pose for my kids. Of hands is a wavering authority from teacher to Moses lays his on Joshua's head. So Joshua becomes then the leader of the Jewish people after Moses goes now to go to die, and then Joshua will pass it on to travels and the relative attitude for them to make that it's a chain of sneak-up throughout the generations, and at some point in somewhere around the 4th or 5th century, sneak-up disappears, and we no longer know who really has any kind of legitimate chain of physical contact leading back to Moses. It does not have that by Joshua to his students and all the way down. That's Nicholas lost. However, reading a passage in Maimonides' work and starts again the concept in the minds of a handful of rabbis. So, it appears that reading Maimonides in a particular way is able to do that. So Rabbi Yaakov Ben gathered together the greatest scholars of said, let's restart space. Now think about the people he gathered. You may not have heard the name. Who have continued to influence contemporary Judaism living in one block. It would be like an incredible, how would you sit together? And they thought about it and said, okay, fine. And they made it. And so they constituted authority. Probably with some 19th century historical was brilliant. Highly unlikely they would have. I'm sure. Synagogue is not go anywhere primarily because of the opposition of the rabbinate in Jerusalem, primarily between Jerusalem and Sfat, over what is really the center of the Jewish intellectual world, that did not take hold and did not continue past a few generations after Iraq. Nevertheless, the entire structure of the dynamic and creative nature of Sfat at this time. Incredibly prolific. Which were the whole idea of intellectual property was not very well developed, and you could easily 100, that's it. So a lot of the Ramach's writing popularity because of the endorsement and inclusion of his works. So age. Not know his father's name, or very little about his family. They sold his writings to a. At any rate, in his youth, he from an early age. One of their activities, which the Rabbbi recorded in a book called Sefer Yerushin, was they would wander, just the two of them, for days out in the forest in silence, waiting to of holy souls. Let me try and explain that. The word Gerushin means divorce, but in this context, exile. It's a long Jewish tradition that in order to develop humility and develop greater spirit, was considered to be in exile. So they would frequently go away from their surroundings and just wander alone. In Eastern Europe, the Vilna Gaon went into exile, the Shemataria went into exile, many of these great thinkers just went and wandered around. Another interesting thing, by the way, I'm reminded of it, since I'm talking really fast, I have a little time. It used to be a custom that was particularly prominent in 19th century Eastern Europe, that rabbis would actually hire rebukers. They would hire people who would actually criticize them, like so they would like just wait until they felt the presence.
To Tarzan Coconut. How you living? Refreshing my browser. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. Just one moment.
Okay.
Yo, dog, I'm here. I just have to reset my browser.
I'm doing good.
How are you, my friend? Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I was just browsing through
Browser.
Nice to meet you. I'm a great babe.
As do I. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Very well. I'm Rabbit. Tell you about myself?
Yeah, go right ahead, man.
Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days. Big Brother. Stated that data was Earth's #1 resource in 2018, petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person, and when it does, make sure you two charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. Excellent. As I said, I've been live streaming since the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king are going to help the world when things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as floating greenhouses, saltwater green, things like perhaps farming, seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsoring. One of the things that we program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Do these sound like good ideas to you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Other things I talk about are futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster-than-light technology, Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, gray goo, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction place in the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing with their direwolf project. They have 3 direwolves that are about a year old, the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. There are some other things to Tarzan coconut. The IQ was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with your consent through technology such as peptides, oxygen therapy, humans, things like perhaps nootropics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapies, but eventually you may be 120 years old. The next topic or the next that I think that will happen after life extension is mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner in your central nervous system and your peripheral fiction. This is already being done with mice, being able to transfer a lifetime, and you will be able to perhaps, if you want, be anything you want from an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, to Tarzan Coconut, is that you may be able to immortality. What are your thoughts?
I think that's insane, and I don't really know what to say. I'm like lost for words.
That's okay. A lot of people are.
الصارم الشافي كم كافر يزري كم فاسق يفري
Yo, dog.
الصارم الشافي
What I talk about, and I'm always live. I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to give people hope, and just most of all, I'm here to have a positive for you. Okay?
I appreciate it. Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, they are. So they're going to be on in about 56 minutes, and so we watch it every week. And if you watch with us, we have. I'm big into sports, so watch all the UFCs. We've got the NFL that's coming up. I'm in everything from Major League Baseball fantasy teams to NBA fantasy teams. You name it. We basically do our best to watch it and stream it as best I can without getting copyright restrictions. So um, I, I
That's Giants and Vikings for NFL. It's Mets for baseball.
are in summer camp, throw an interception. Did you see this? All the time as well. So let's get his status. I mean, I saw him at least on Reddit. His status. Yo, dog, what is JJ McCarthy's status for the Vikings for summer training camp? He lost his year because of torn meniscus, but he's cleared for all on-field activity since January, and he's firmly established as the Vikings starting quarterback into the 2025 training camp. He reported to camp early on July 20th and participated in the team at TCO Performance Center in Eagan, Michigan, and so that must have been him. I know it was him, and at least that's what the subreddit said, and I'm in all of them, and a little bit of help from kind of stallions. All right, so then we've got the Marvelous Mets. You've got a crazy good owner, I feel, who actually cares about the team and cares about winning.
Absolutely.
So that's great. And for the first time, perhaps since their inaugural season in like 1960, they are the little brother to the Yankees, and that's something that this city of New York hasn't seen in a long time. I mean, I know how much people love the Yankees. I'm a Yankees fan myself, but the Mets, with what they've been able to do, okay, so that's the biggest basketball at the team, not this past year, but 2 years ago, that won the championship, Jason Tatum, such a big fan.
Oh yeah, big fan of Tatum.
I mean, Bill Russell himself is a dynasty. I believe 66. They also won in 1957. Okay, so 57, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 68, and 69. That's incredible. They won 1959, 1960, 1961. Just sounds impressive. I don't know if we'll ever see that ever again. But draft, and I have an auto draft for me, so I always have a team in contention, and then I always have team or 11. But then you're always, I mean, it's basically hedging your bets. Yeah, you can just do one team and really put all your eggs in one basket, and then you draft Jordan Jefferson. Then you're kind of season teams, and they're all free, so it doesn't cost you anything. Then smack talk and all that other stuff, all in good fun. It's that I always have. So that's cool. Have you ever done fantasy football before?
No.
Okay. Your toe in. You've got another month until the season, and that's probably the easiest way to do it. And they have an auto draft feature, and so that means that if you don't know what you're doing, it'll just draft for you. Or you can just manually draft too, or manually draft the first 2 or 3 guys that you want. Maybe we get the quarterback you want, one. But if you did have one that you really like, let's say push, he gets a lot of points. You can draft him in the first round if you can get him. And
UFC is pretty cool. I love UFC. I don't really watch it because like it's a waste of money in my opinion. But
yeah, dog.
It's just I mainly like if it's something like big, and, if it's like a big main event and stuff.
I've gotcha. Well, watched you the fight night, the most recent fight night on Saturday, but it actually took place at like 9 as it was in the well, that was fun.
Damn, that was, oh God, traumatic. Wow, not what we needed to, wow. Somehow actually was worse than what's going on in my brain.
That other guy. That was intense. I hate how it's so long to dance on. You have to give like a reason and all this other shit. So that guy was nice.
Where's Providence?
Yeah, that guy was nice.
Yeah. Nice.
I worked really and
Oh, God.
and they banned all my accounts, even my main one, and made it really difficult for me to spam. If they had a meeting, this is how you. I'm not saying that I still can't spam, but it's a lot, which is okay. I mean, a lot of people found out about me from there, but the thing is, I wasn't getting people in the server from there. I only got over the course of like months. Like 3 people directly from there, like who I remember, with whom I remember talking, and or to whom I remember talking, and that's fine. So then there's this other platform, Kick. They've already banned me, and they literally told me I could, in 50 years, they will not unban me. They told me that's how much I'm banned. So it's like, okay, well, assholes, if you're not going to unban me, not just after 1 year, but 50 years, then I'm going to spam the shit out of your people. So I'm doing that now, and that's where I think these people are from, where they're coming, the rude people. Um, but just been, even with even with um, even with banning people, we still, and these bots that if I could have it work like,
Oh, sorry.
I never ignore her. Well, I shouldn't say that. I never consciously ignore her. I love Miss Aquarius. She's a wonderful person. Man, we had somebody who showed up heading in here, and then another guy jerking off at it. I don't need to see that.
There's a
No,
lot of porn that comes into this.
what'd you say?
There's like, yeah.
But I don't really know what. I mean, I don't. Discord doesn't have a really good way to defend against it. What they do have in some servers is you have to get enough points to be able to live stream. But it's like then I'm never going to be able to talk to anybody, and other people can just come in and yell the N word, and they don't have a really great way. The one thing I wish they did have was like a way to, if you were too loud, it will mute you automatically. But aside from that, they don't have anything. So just have to take. We're gonna get a lot of abuse, but that's,
You need a moderator.
well, even if I have a moderator, even like myself moderating, it's not. It You still have people who are do that, and you can't really. It takes a few seconds to ban someone anyway. That when you're over their target, you take the most amount back. Meaning, like when a plane is flying over the thing that it's going to bomb, that's when the anti-aircraft guns are the hardest, and that's okay. Nobody needs to see that garbage that they're out. Nobody needs to see some guy get beheaded. That stuff. There's the only thing I could do about it are force people to be able to be in the server first. I can't talk with them, and like that's my big thing. I want to be able to talk with people right away. So there's not too much I can do about it. Oh well.
Sage. Now, it could be that some of the graves that we recognize were discovered by this, what's that, dowsing, like a spiritual dowsing, you know, the guys with the sticks who kind of water. wandering and during those discoveries of grapes, they would be spiritual experiences that he had with his self of the sort of the kind of, I don't mean to be the aspect of this. The mystic does not approach experience with the divine the same way the Talmudist does. The Talmudist approaches the divine through an unmediated experience which cannot be reduced to any kind of logical proposition. So that's his education. Was through these Gerashim, these wanderings, days at a time. It wasn't like years. They come back. Well, they're fairly impervious, and they lived primarily through donations from the community. Don't forget, this is a little bit like getting stuff from an economic perspective. Supported by, just everybody could agree to go. And Spot was like that too. It was essentially a new community. When you have a concentration of wealth like that, all of a sudden some special motivation, like let's say a state government wants to plant an agricultural college in Ithaca, New York, something like that. It only exists when you have a concentration of wealth. So that's his education. Now, what were his contributions? He published one absolutely stellar work in his lifetime that cemented reputation among Jewish reading public worldwide. He wrote a book called Pardes Orchard of Commerce. And essentially what he did in Pardes Ramon still studied tradition, because the whole system of ideas that sort of proceeds along a parallel track to you can live 120 years without learning, because Judaism has that created actually to a skeletal structure in this metaphor. Kabbalah would be the flesh and blood. Flesh and blood and hair and skin and all of the external organs. So you won't recognize Judaism unless you put some mysticism on top of it. Judaism is suffused with mysticism, although it is really not always obvious. Just to give you a case in point, I mentioned earlier the great Rabbbi code of Jewish law itself, and nevertheless, that chronicled the special messages he received from like an angelic being that communicated with. So Kabbalah is nevertheless intrinsically wound up with traditionalism, so closely wound up with Kabbalah.
The only one who made
But
the move
what
down.
exactly is this stuff?
I'm
So
guessing the other guys
there is a
are
whole
staying up
series
there.
of books
Just
in the
working
Kabbalistic
for Chris
tradition,
D'Elia now and Eric
the
Griffin.
authorship of
This
which
guy
is
is gonna fly down once.
a matter of significant and often heated debate.
I don't know how they
Among those is the
figured out
great
all
Zohar,
kinds of
which
stuff, but
traditionalists attribute
is
to
it gonna be a
Rabbi
case that
Shimon
El
Bar
Shabbos
Yochai.
paying
Many
for
more
studios
secular
in
academics
LA
attribute to
and in
Moshe
Texas?
de Leon, living
It
quite a
makes
bit later.
no
Esoteric meaning to exclude the basic Kabbalistic meaning of perhaps more than anyone else organize
as quick as
the
possible.
understanding of what are the spheros, which I'm sure the spheros are under the term spherot. We use that term nowadays. This time of year when we are counting, the time of the Spira means the time of the counting from the second day of Passover to the holiday of Shavuot. Not necessarily the same meaning at all. Conduits by which God communicates with the universe. Without boundary. And yet we live in a finite universe. We sense boundaries. We sense, object. We feel our own distinct consciousnesses. How is it mathematically impossible? Why? Between infinite and finite. So the Kabbalists describe that same process, significant idea that God, as it were, shrunk himself to contract, and in the vacuum that is opened up by being there, forces energy back in, creating the universe that we live in. To make it simple, if that's possible, that pouring back of energy into the universe is done through the system of the sphere. God's energy is considered to be simply way too old. Well, get on the philosophical level. So therefore, it has to be a series of dimensions until it can exist. This is not new knowledge. One metaphor I like to use is imagine. So if you line up all 10 mirrors, then you get down here to Malchus, which is labeled here as Shekhinah. You get down to the bottom world where we live, which is kind of like looking at the sun through 10 distinct mirrors. Each one of those mirrors adds a little bit of distortion. What makes it possible for us in this world to somehow experience the reflected light of God. And each one of these mirrors, which has to a unique characteristic of the universe that has implications for ourselves as well, as I hope to show you. I mean, we all have ideas that the Roman make much more sensible to readers who are the Spanish thinkers that go back not the place to get there's definitely actually really the roots of Jewish thought. The letters are kind of like a central, and each one of them is contained within the other. This depiction here is necessary because it's two-dimensional, but in reality, it's more like a sphere or concentric circles. Obviously, this will get way out of hand. Like, let's go. I wrote a work published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, Rabbbi Moshe Cordero's Moshe Cordero. Even though Artist Rabboni was certainly the most famous book that suddenly became far more popular. It is a much shorter. My bookshelf, the Artist Rabboni, takes up two large double-column volumes of Hebrew text. The Tomer Torah is just a 40-odd pages in the original typescript. It never existed in manuscript because, or it doesn't exist anymore in manuscript because it was published shortly after his death. Editio Princeps became the basis for all subsequent editions. Basically, what he does in Tomer Torah, the palm tree of Torah, is he starts with a very basic proposition. He says, we have this concept of Judaism called the halakha v'deracha. Which is a mitzvah, as a commandment. That you have to walk in God. You got to remember. In order to this, one must know something about each of those conduits. Then we can know something about how God interacts with the world. We can learn from that. first, the top Sirah, the very first crossing of the boundaries from I just said or the flat. And Keter contains is the very first way in which God communicates a merciful attitude. We should understand how exactly the Ramak says, fine, let's look at each one of those 13 levels. We'll be able to apply it in interpersonal relationships. And that's exactly what happens in the very first glorious first chapter of Tomer Devorah, which in my humble opinion is one of the greatest works of human spirituality written in the last 2,000 years. In the space of about 9 pages, he describes one of the things that people forget about is they don't Torah has been translated several times. I think I did it best. But there are lots of we're almost the first level of forgiveness is the insulted king. Like when the angels refer to God, they have a lot of different names for him. The most important, the most exalted jolt of peristaltic pressure, and if we choose to use that energy, because he's saying here, I'm going to help you out with those energy gives us a throw back at it. Soya Shalanta has a little child who says, I hate you, and, you know, bangs on his legs or something. Fuck, if we understand how God is so infinitely patient with our own wrongdoing, certainly we should extend that to other people. This transition to the discussion of how humans should interact with others becomes more a phenomenal classic, and Kenyan's by Maskilim is actually exempted from the general ban on study of Kabbalah for women and for men under the age of 40. what I personally think is a work of great
It's a tarantula.
self-transformation.
What's
I'll
he
show
doing
you,
on
I like
tarantulas?
level
So
6
that means the
myself.
tarantulas
That's the one that
in
I,
the house.
like,
I'll take an ice
he
cream.
advises you that when you're angry with someone, you quickly go through the
Black
3 verses from Micha
Wazoo.
that are an acronym or kind of like a mnemonic of the 13 levels, and you pick the right level to help you forgive that person.
You know, the kids
So
right
level
there.
6 is my go-to level, and I almost always use this one.
I hate killing anything, but you can't have
And I like to call it Who
tarantulas.
Makes Your Lunch? Because one is when you're really you have a cold or you can't stand up. You know what? He's always punctual.
The
Or you know
car
what?
show, the car
Nice penmanship.
wild.
You know, he knows
These boys are
you
all
can read
about
what he
power.
writes seconds once in 1972 or something. But right, like she puts it together for me, and sometimes she writes little notes in there, and sometimes occasionally she'll do something like, I don't know, draw a funny face. You know, it makes me feel loved. So just on the theoretical possibility that maybe sometime I could get upset with my wife, and it helps. Because as much as I get angry with that issue, I watch every single book because it gives very pragmatic insight by looking at God, the spira of Gevura, for example, which refers to the idea of self-control, of discipline, an analysis of how these translate into human behaviors. Really amazing.
The Starbucks.
So his legacy and his contribution to Israel that had no prior did in
Everyone assumes his wife is a
initiating an entire genre of literature. Kabbalistic, Muslim. Not only he really set the stage for all. I have not. His free lecture discussed his influence on primary students.
You know why?
Left the parties Ramona and was not long afterwards, but always considered the influence of this one man in this fairly backward provincial town was really of tremendous, really shaped the way Jews interact not only with their God, but also with each other as a result of his intellectual creativity. With that, I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to discuss his work with you. I've actually spoken about Nachmanides. This is my third time speaking about him. This academic year, I'm not sure why. He seems to have come up with something that I hope that you'll enjoy this presentation as well. Nachmanides is really one of those really foundational figures in Jewish intellectual history, in the history of the land of Israel, which is the focal point of our series this semester. And
what you're going to bet on is 1 out of 10 fights.
And the significance of
Rothschild
this
keep even
course of the
critical
next 55. Because my 18-year-old son made Ali.
They fought 100 times.
Joining the IDF and the active duty service was sponsored this lecture, and he doesn't want me to reveal his name, but he's a Sig, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you. It's a place in the Hungary. Where I imagine he's stationed. Chayil Bodeh soldier, which is what they call these young men and women, like my son, who venture to go to Israel on their own without their families and join the army. So it's an honor of my son, and I'm very grateful for that gesture. The reason why we give public lectures as a service to the community, both locally and on the internet, is to raise scholarship funds for our students. So far, we're at just over 4,400 and going strong, and I would just 15 or 20 minutes. So just call in to our one, thank God we have sponsorship. Just one last, very close to my heart. Next week's lecture is sponsored by Norman. And was unfortunately assassinated. His lecture is for scholarship and for sponsorship as well. Well, there any questions before we begin the material per se? Okay, excellent. So the Ramban.
Welcome, Zoo.
The term Ramban is of course an acronym for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, often confused with
Zoo.
Ramban. Rabbi Moshe ben
Dude, hi.
And
Why didn't you go?
because you were sleeping.
Okay, that doesn't matter. I'm not the reason why you were going to do stand-up comedy.
go next week or the week after.
Next week or the week after? Why didn't you go last week?
Last week because I was there, I got there late.
Why didn't you go yesterday or whatever?
Because I was kind of depressed, to be honest.
Okay, so it wasn't my fault.
No, I was kind of depressed, and it would have been bad if I went into the depressed day.
Okay. Very well. Well, you want to play?
They have a competition in January for stand up where you get on TV. You get on TV.
That's your dream, isn't it?
Yeah, do it. So I have to play, so I thought, well then I need to get a
Artie, would you like to play? Okay. We'll find something. Just
Discord.
what's up, Cam?
Can you imagine having the road record before?
Lily Phillips and that other chick, Bonnie Blue. What are you talking about? Oh, you have an invitation for basketball. Artie. Dude, where'd you go?
It keeps disconnecting me from Discord.
All right, fam. All right, yes.
Right.
Why that is?
Um, let's try this. Am I still here?
Yep. You have an invitation and we're waiting on you.
I better not disconnect. I think I did a phone update where it just doesn't work like it did before. Yeah, I think it's the phone update. Rabbi, you're so far in front of us.
You guys are Zoo. Look how big a lead I have on you.
Not even. Far. As long as I get through the ones you were struggling on quickly, what way? Have to toggle the sound and the music because it's annoying. I'm still far ahead even though I was playing with the soundboard. It cost me a huge lead.
The lead, son. Don't get your hopes up.
It was tight. But the continue it at the same pace right now.
Dude, it's over.
I never finished already. Oh, she finished. Let's do hard.
Dude, hard is really hard.
Yeah, let's do hard. Fuck. Rabbi lost. Why is this one so hard?
Because you said make it hard.
Why is this bit so hard?
No one knows.
Okay, that was easy. That was easy as well.
Dude,
How much left? Let me go. If you know that I'm not losing.
Like, oh,
You need to finish.
no, you don't. Get the win if you don't finish.
You did.
No, you're not. Still not win.
If you finish right now, you guarantee victory if you're ahead of me. Yeah, why wasn't second one?
Fuck.
But my game split.
Okay. Restart it.
Maybe I'm colorblind.
Everything.
Everything. I have every single mental health condition, except for the eating disorders.
Shoot. Ad infinitum.
What you're saying is you can just diagnose yourself.
No, not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can keep diagnosing yourself or diagnosing people like really, really specifically.
You feel like neuroscience is like
Not necessarily.
really far behind.
Okay. You know what I feel is really
Oh, come on, bitch.
A lot of it also is like why people are being diagnosed with some of these conditions is because of the prevalence of the internet. And they just go on the internet, Google the symptoms, and then they go to the doctor. Some of it's like Google conditions. You went to see a doctor and never raise up.
Audie, waiting on you.
Good, I ended up the shower soon.
This one. Ready, Audie? Here we go. Audie.
Had a break.
Cool story, bro.
I'm gonna find a guy.
Especially on Ashkenaz, grammatically correct, but otherwise confusing. His Spanish name was actually Bonastrazel Tov, like good luck, good fortune, good constellation. Da Porta of the Gates, which possibly means, as if you look in the comments and some of the research that I was spoken earlier on before, may have something to do with association with Jewish law. But at any rate, he has a non-Jewish name, just like my especially for the internet audience who follow previous biography that we discussed a couple of years ago about the Ramban, and also earlier this year, a president with the same name. We did a great team teaching class. I really enjoyed it, where I gave a very abbreviated version of the historical component. Focuses on his role in diversity, which will occupy my growth, personal growth, that he comes from the Iberian Peninsula, and it is a truism in Jewish history that Spain is always, and anybody remember why Spain is always different from anywhere else in Jewish history? Excellent. Do you already have your bachelor's degree? If you want another one, you better come on. I need some good students here. Yeah, that's exactly right. Every where, okay, maybe there's a few other things, but for the most part, almost triangular, which is a terrible disaster for the Jews in Spain. They were able to often occupy positions of great power because one or the other of the dominant faiths wanted to have an ally outside of their community. You can look at important figures like Jewish status, like for example, commentary in the Talmud, a very educated. At the same time, he was the leader of one of the most important armies in the Iberian, and a political leader. It's virtually unheard of to have both of those things happen elsewhere in Jewish history, with the expulsion in 1492. That's also true of the Ramban. The Ramban was able to get away with saying things right in the very heart of Catalonia. Here's the region with which he is most associated, the Kingdom of Aragon, province of Catalonia. Barcelona here is, of course, where he's going to have that significant disputation in 1263. So his writings, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about unlike Rashi, he's quite loquacious, on mystic bent, although it's not necessarily Zoharic, not necessarily. And he often builds upon it really represents expansion, sometimes a contradiction, but always another Iberian thinker, Ibn Ezra, frequently rebuking him and contradicting him, attempt to kind of steer the conversation back towards Rashi's. He has about 200. He commented on many of the books of the Talmud, and he wrote more philosophical treatises, many of which are extremely influential, that discuss such as life after, of these somewhat complicated, apparently contradictory discussions of the After, the Talmud, and the Midrash. He discusses the problem of theodicy, the justice of righteous supper, literally in Hebrew. Very important that some accounts he left for Israel at the very towards the end of his life. It's a short letter which find printed in the back of traditional the Geret HaRamban, it's called the letter of the Ramban, and among the pious, particularly Sephardim, it is read every single day. And we could at least read it once a year, so it's only one page long. With your permission, I'll read it to you in English, and you'll get a sense of his his moral background. So it is a letter to his son. You'll recall he's about to go, or he's just left for this long journey. He's already in his 70s. It's highly unlikely to Spain, and he's giving his son a document that's known as a tzavah, an ethical will, that says to his son, I have to bequeath on. Okay, hear, my son, the instruction of your father, and do not forsake the teaching of your mother. That's a quote from which causes people to sin. As a rabbi said, whoever flares up an anger is subject comes the fear of God. So in his introductory, you always to think about where you came from and where you are going, and then when you know the original context. As of heaven cannot contain you, meaning God, how much less the hearts of people? It is all written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says God. When you think about these things, you will come to fear God who created you, and you will protect yourself from sinning, and therefore be happy with whatever happens to you. Also, when you act his glory and the spirit of the that's the divine indwelling presence will rest upon you, and you will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, he is and God will lift you up. Therefore, I will now explain to you how to always behave humbly. Speak gently at all times, with your head bowed, your eyes looking to the ground, and because in our accounts of his disputation, didn't necessarily you know, since it is through error, while yours is deliberate, and you should really know better. In all your actions, words, and thoughts, always regard your standing before God with his divine presence above you. For his glory fills the speak with fear and awe as a slave standing before his master. When someone calls you, don't out. Last couple paragraphs. Concentrate by removing all worldly concerns from your heart. Prepare your heart before God. Purify your thoughts and think about what you're going to say. If you follow this in all your daily actions, you will not come to sin. This way, everything you do will be proper, and your prayer will be pure, clear, clean, devout, and acceptable to God. As it is written, when you're there. Direct for the righteous. Everyone will answer your heart's desires. Amen. The letter at least once a week, Hebrew, and it is in Jewish controversy. This was a massive affair, the entire Mediterranean basin. Basically, pictured here in this iconic portrait, was roundly criticized by the that it ended in literary tragedy kinds of works, and both of them are criticized for distinct reasons. Works, the most famous of which is the Guide for the Perplexed, the Mora Nebuchim. This was written in Judeo-Arabic. And it was designed for Jewish audience, specifically in Arabic fans who were quite entranced with the rise of Arabic philosophy, Greek philosophy. And Judaism, by pedestrian, seemed monochromatic, seemed, reactionary, and a lot of these thing out of Judaism into the very active philosophical circles in places like Cairo. So he wrote this book in the vocabulary and the lexicon of contemporary philosophy, which essentially described Judaism as a complicated philosophical system reliant on Aristotle, demonstrating the philosophical similarities between his take on Judaism as a philosophy and the philosopher. There was no one else in the world of philosophy other than Aristotle. The French rabbi idea that he should be invoking the name of a pagan scholar and should be comparing the holy given religion with the rational truths developed by a scholar who had no consciousness of Jewish values. And they felt that this in itself represented a poisoning of the well for anything that Maimonides could have said. And so they were full of vitriol or whatever Maimonides had to say in the Mora Nebuchim, and extended to the larger corpus of his work. So that's kind of one category of his literary activity. Also incredibly influential are popular books written for a much wider audience, most significant of which is the great Mishnah Torah, which was a restatement all of the amplified document called the Mishnah, which, according to tradition, at Sinai, along with the 5 books of Moses, has equally authoritative information that's not included in the Torah. You mix these things together, and you get another document, like a stream of conscious conversation, than a Western style textbook, which has chapters and subheadings and kind of associated with a logical flow of discussion. Specific. It does not outline what it's going to do in each of the chapters. It just kind of follows this, fascinating, but definitely non-Western train of thought to come up with the practical laws that one must live by to fulfill the dictates of Judaism. So if you wanted to know any specific question in Judaism, such as, for example, I just slaughtered this chicken, and I noticed that the gallbladder looks but it could be that that particular law is somewhere, one of the philosophical treatises just tucked in there. So you needed a rabbi to would say, okay, Rabbi, with his massive knowledge of the entire complexity of Jewish law, would be able to render a decision kosher or just gallbladder before. But that's the way that Jewish law was interpreted and applied. It's a very, very simple, it's straightforward. He says, okay, in this book, we're going to have all the laws of kashrut. And then you look up all the laws of chickens. Then you look all the laws of internal organs of chickens, and there you find the gallbladder laws, and they're right there for you, like argument here, because all of a sudden people were in mass amount of Jewish literacy with a very, very minimal investment in learning. It's kind of, think the internet, right? It's like Google. Imagine it's like, you know, when all of us in this room, he or she represented, my students aren't like that. They just whip out their smartphones and they'll fact check me right on the spot. I'll say, but professor, it says right here, you know. The Mishnah Torah, it was criticized nevertheless for two bad. Maimonides presented it in what some felt was a haughty and even way, because he did not source his arguments. There are no footnotes in the original version of the Mishnah Torah. Later on, we wrote lots of footnotes, but originally there are no footnotes. In other words, the argument over chicken gallbladder and first 5 books of the Torah, and you don't need anything else. This is the whole thing in 24 easy books. What it is was, you know, beyond something that was culpable. Secondly, as it turned out, that the presence of a book like the Mishnah Torah, I go through the difficulty of going back and forth in the discussions and following down the routes. Why don't I do law? That's all I need. I actually go through many of the mental gymnastics to try and work the law out.
Today episode, Guns, one of the stars of the show, Tigers. I don't know if you guys know.
So we're talking about precious handwritten manuscripts to the
Are going to have some fun
once
tonight.
Jew, I mean,
Guys,
they may be my modern
Well done in
themselves
that set was. So explain the CIA Chick-fil-A.
Look, I don't know. I just,
You don't You should at least have some fucking weird.
no,
Don't look at the audience for help.
his sweaty arm. I was drunk one night.
I think it's a good joke.
Look, he's just saying that he's an artist. He's just saying the table. He doesn't have to feed it. You know what I mean?
Your sister got deported by immigration, but that didn't happen either, right?
Yeah.
How do you know? You have a girlfriend?
I do not.
What do you do for work?
I'm a server at the
Really? Answers from the Great D Madness, a steak. Oh yeah.
It's clean and discreet. And Tony, I love Nick. They're the greatest nicotine pouches of all time, and each can comes with 20 nicked pouches. Make the switch to nicotine pouches like we did. We know you these two, and we have a special offer. There's 35% off your first 3 orders. Only if you order. Wrinkly old ass Asian woman that looked like Mr. Miyagi. She had a raspy voice. Her name was Mama San. She taught me many lessons. And if you nutting in that bitch cervix. Your bank account. Always tell Mama San, always ask Mama San if you can. Your Asian pussy portfolio, guys. Jeez. Alright, thank you. Jason Bass. New York, and I worked in Chicago, Illinois. Okay, wow. So where we need our military. Okay, what's the craziest thing that happened? What's the most like? Nobody who joins the military wants to cook the damn food. They want to do like cool. So I feel like
Michigan Army National Guard. Wow. Right. A lot. Right. This thing about you that we didn't find out last time you wrote. Something about me. I am food and I straight booze and everything. Also, what's the most piggish I've ever done eating food? $45 from Whataburger. Wow. That's actually not that bad. Yeah. It's like I see your food order. I follow you. Yeah. Those middle of the night Instagram story I read. Wendy's. Oh yeah. My wife is a photographer and she works for an orthodontist office. For your protection. Weirdest dude. You're an interesting guy. What's so I got last time my social
get laid, get rejected? Do they jump? Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! A doctor's office from my hometown. And as a patient of that practice, I couldn't believe that someone told. That was Dr. Feelgood. Everything started normal enough. Doc started checking me over and then doing those. I realized I didn't know my insurance.
Worse than ever. You celebrate by burning every joke you've ever written and starting from absolute.
You know,
24 hours watch it all the time.
yeah. Swab, and as soon as she got close to my then wife, I said, "Oh no, I'm going to call in a prescription for antibiotics." And I said, "Well, do I need some too?" Board open on the computer.
What messages did you see just out of curiosity?
I mean, like making plans for meetups in the woods when she'd go on. She's a in the woods, yeah. Yeah.
The old jungle bird has arrived again.
There's two reasons for that. One, I live in Yellow Springs, Ohio, so it's like a crunchy town, right?
Okay.
And two, she's Portuguese, and that's like where the woods actually.
Really? That's with Portuguese women? Portuguese? Portuguese?
It was wild the first time I was in Portugal driving to the beach.
Portugoose? This episode is brought to you by Chew, by the way. That's a little fun fact. ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Wow. When you have messages for a meeting of the week. Guys and girls. Interesting. Do you know what kind of Red Band's hard as a rock right now? Yeah, we were at some yeah, I mean, you can take the girl out of Portugal, but you can't keep her out. Just pussy every foot right punch. Shit. Damn, that was a hell of an interview. Oh. And have a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off. Wow. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off your first no-miss customers. All right, this is like a brand new name. I know it for a fact. That's always exciting. Make some noise for Wisdom Anderson. Wisdom Anderson is a God damn, that was a bad bitch up here. Shit! Where'd you find her at? God is a colorful asshole like that. I know you were looking out, looking a little bit better to me. I said, I got to be coming to some motherfucking money. Y'all looking at me like, this nigga is not fucking funny. I knew I was going to get you with that one. I knew I was going to get you with that one. But I like to get into the riff. Come up with a fucking set. Y'all got to pay that. This shit for free. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay. Wisdom Anderson. Is that your real name, Wisdom? Fuck no, I got a slave name. My name is Elgin. Come on now. on stand-up comedy. Better question. How do you look like both main characters from the hit movie White Men? Elgin. No, I'm kidding. Wisdom. In front of Rabbbi. I guess you just stopped before you came out. So, how long you been doing that stand?
I wrote my first joke. It was a fucked up time.
Okay, relax. So, one question. Are you on drugs or anything right now? Over here. What do you do for work exactly? Did you really get fired on Juneteenth?
Why would the fuck I would come up? Yes.
Okay, some people, right?
No. I'm on my real fucking life.
Okay, so, very good. So, I want to try jokes.
You gotta switch it up. I get paid for real jokes. I wouldn't come up here and tell the real
Okay,
shit.
stick with me. Stick with me here, Wisdom.
Now that
Don't get mad. Okay. So, you write jokes for the radio. The first joke that you wrote during COVID is that joke. Do you remember?
it was about white people.
It's race. It's gonna step away for a second. It's gonna come back into white.
Play baseball. You know I gotta be a little fucking smart.
Okay, so let's go back to the question. can be ex-wife. You had been crushed. It was sure. You didn't ask about that. Well, I can tell you this. Okay. I'm trying so hard with you. You are on the show right now. You're married. This is where you would answer the fucking question. Are you okay? So the ass. Tony? I tried so hard. There he goes, Wisdom Anderson, everybody. There he goes. It's okay, Wisdom. There you go. There he goes. Wow. This ever happened to anybody here? I'm just trying to be relatable here, guys. Listen. I'm sorry. Of every keeping the exact Mowbray bucket pull. So far tonight. Completely insane people. It's exciting. No one wants to. Barbara. And how long have you lived in Austin? About 5 months ago. Where did you live before that? Yeah, there's a few Mexicans out there. So you looking I'm just on the run for like weed mystic at the time. Everybody has warrants. Yeah, everybody has warrants. We're jaywalking cigarettes. This is like a tourist ad for in Mommy. Ohio. Don't talk about my mom like that. We want to do anything, we gotta either Mommy or Tweet. Jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story is going. Yeah. Yeah, and then so his name. For that wedding. And yeah, so now she's
just chilling, I guess. Just okay. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They might. Yeah. Was he? No. Why would she marry him? It's white trash. Supporting half Mexicans. Yeah, that's what this means to me. I don't know if you guys are with. I support it. Okay. Vinny. All right, buddy. Well, here's a little joke book for you. You can't mix it with vinegar. Down and then smoke it, but
No. Come on, Rabbi. Good spin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got it. You do it. Me.
You could get your 100th win with this win.
I hope so. But it's okay. I do win, I win. Okay?
That's right, ma'am.
Mhm.
I said hello to Audie for you.
So what do you mean you think so?
I mean, I didn't go into her personal.
Come on, Rabbi.
Way to match me. You. Enjoy the night. Dreams.
You too. Sweet experience. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
God willing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to bring to the stage, this is only his secondly out of control fight.
Timmy,
His
no
last
breaks.
time on the show, absolutely had to bring him back. A disruptor of the force. No breaks. Who's ready for the best fucking mix? Just trying to find a natural way into this fucking restaurant. The hardest I've laughed all night. You learn of the force of 6 Timmy, no brakes, all gas, hard in the paint. Some people said the next big fix. Timmy, motherfucking no brakes is a honest. I told you I want dink. No, I mean, but fucking. What? Wanted him on the panel. Next time you run, is that what you said? Yeah, I hit you up with some requests. I said a bucket of MHL. I said cook, and not up on my head. So I don't know what the fuck. I tried my best to get easy. We have to settle for Chris Ryan O'Neal.
just got served. I mean, look, what's he throwing up? Not yet. It's definitely changed. Hillary Duff slide into my DM. Yeah, more like Hillary Muff. That bitch has a vagina. It's okay. Thank you. What? How do you make money, Timmy? No breaks. No. Okay. Timmy, to hold the respect, Timmy. I know. I want you to hold. Timmy, what can I say that I haven't said 1,000 times about the New York Yankees? You are just. So my dad would take me into the spotlight. Talk about anything you'd like. If you'd like to ask me a question or anything, we can do anything you want. Take your entire life. What's the most interesting value? Go. Letting me know that at this moment, you are the newest official golden ticket winner. And you watching the show is unbelievable. To the girlfriends, this guy is drunk right now in the bathroom. There's a lot going on here. The place is in absolute chaos.
My therapist introduced me to EFT. Whenever you get nervous, you take deep breaths and tap. I started going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge autism, and I was like, I'm Italian. What are you with it? The men were like, shut up and pee. Sorry, Is that 60 seconds?
Rothschild. Isabella. Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
You've been on this show before, but it's been a while, right?
Yeah, a few years. Because during the interview, I said two hands.
The red rose smell like roses when you were done with them.
It's terrifying. But like, it's kind of like I just kind of show up and take money and leave. It's kind of what I do. So I was like an ophthalmologist technician.
What the fuck? Is that you? Part-time optimal.
Can I take a seat?
Right, it's just accidentally hitting buttons over here. What's going on there? Wait, what just happened?
Can I take a seat?
Did you just fart? What just happened? I put my balls under
I
there.
just like sitting when I'm on stage. Is that fine?
No, we do this work video. You gotta stay in the frame. Okay, there you go. Wow, the world's laziest stripper, everybody. Who wants a fucking
To be fair,
I have a floor dance from Isabella.
I am like the DMV worker of strippers.
What does that mean?
I'm just like I'm very cranky. I'm 29 now, so like made that noise.
29's kind of old. First. Right? Where on Brian with her legs, crumbled ball. Disgusting, right, man?
No, do that. Strip club, and he was like, "Do you want a job?"
Yeah. Nothing crazy happens at the strip club? That's
A lot of random jobs and stuff like that. patients went to the strip club. It was on the beach. Venice Beach, there was like this Mexican guy like plummeting towards me. It was just the best time. It was like, oh no. Size joke right here. That's a good one. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, there's been a look at the lovely Heidi, everyone. I mean, unbelievable. Last name is Bird. Shut up, me. A teenager told me I look like cool shit. Missing lunch. I feel like the only way to Rosa Parks that motherfucker better not get on my plane, dude. The fucking goal of the night has finally happened here. More than halfway through the for work. I work at Jersey Mike's. Hell yeah. Jersey Mike's officials. Jersey Mike's. About 3 months. 3 months. What did you do in what exactly? I just
just like did a lot of the prep.
Good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food.
50 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Just, so I'd eat one meal a day. I just little it to once.
So when you say calorie meals, like give us give this audience
So I like to get like 3 chicken quesadillas. Two cheese, crunch.
same type of stuff, but just once a day now.
Yeah, just get it all in at once.
Funny guy. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Also a ginger, you have that going for you.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. Is that because you're shaped like a globe? The maps.
I've just always been super at like answering history questions and maps.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you?
That's fair.
Have you ever thought about your sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night?
It's like if I do that for 2 weeks, I spend like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's like you'll just go out.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like I'm gonna be out of control. We just have to learn.
As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short. Like that. Translates to gift from God. Beautiful, no? My name is the number one name in the world for the girl introduced. We'll do it, doggy. Maybe in my imagination she could do it that. She's like, who's a good boy? Tell me I'm Jewish. Yeah, none of you look surprised. Get it? Nobody was falling out of their chair right now. I was like, whoa! This guy. I'm aware I have a mirror. Right. So, thank you. Thank you. I'm excited about it. You know, error of not even doing it. I just moved to Oz months, but I was doing it abroad for months. Okay. When you say abroad, Max, what do you do for work? That's what I was doing over there. There you go, so Max. Sit down. We're having fun tonight. Alright. Fucking boys. You guys having fun out there still? My God. Light bulbs are gay. Welcome. I was a server there. Why'd you quit? Great place. It was a great place. Wait, Micah, you got your. It was like chicken noise. For those of you wondering what the chicken has to do with it, getting your foot fucked. Got it. Before work. Got it. It was really fun. Right? Okay. So let me ask you this. Yeah. Is it well, I had 3 fingers. Then my buddy calls me. I get to go on a canoe trip in Maine. Wow. Could not go. The chicken thing was not better than the chicken. How do you make money now? I don't think you understand. I'm getting my foot fucked. I'm getting. How do you make money now? I'm open to suggestions. It hasn't come up yet. So you thought you were on a hot shit, you were just like, I can give them, they'll give them to you. All you guys can work at Freshness, I guarantee you. Told me they would hire me back. called them out by name. You don't think they'll hire me? They're not gonna hire you, but need the job, so I just want to know how many get hired back. Where do you see tonight? Tonight? Is that what you slept by? Unless the foot girl is. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, here's a little. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch when you would study your mind on hard bugs, everybody. Like I'm around. Very interesting fucking pulls tonight. Very interesting. An actual citrus backstage. Connect with these people right after their sets. By the way, Fressis is really good. Fucking drug. Can't believe they murdered that poor lady. But then I see the real victim, and I'm like, man. Just woman sitting at a bar. Walked up to her and said, "You're stunning. You must work out all." Fuck yeah, Bill. You perform a lot. You do a lot of mics in San Antonio. A lot of mics, my friend. I see. I had a feeling. Some people say they do this 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week, maybe twice a week. You know, that shit adds up fast. I can literally tell that you've been fucking actually working at it. Thank you for work. I had so much time to get mics. That's why we're in a deficit right now. There is some. We'll see Mexican, white, Spanish. You know what kind of? I don't know. I don't know what kind of. I have no idea. It seemed like I can picture you on a horse like that. It's with an arrow, but that's nice to say. But not really, just like that. Have you ever dressed up like a Native American for Halloween, perhaps? She's at Shakespeare's. Oh, okay. Well, she does great horse impression. Oh yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it. Bill, what do you do for fun?
I mean, really, because I like comedy.
You like to drink a lot, right?
Not anymore. I had to get we are, you know. So, Jordy Law should you just double down on that shit?
How are you? Wow. Amazing. So, what's it like raising kids? Tell us what some crazy shit you've been through as a father.
You know. My kids are chill.
Amazing.
Yeah, seeing I stole a Lexus from the Institute of Texas Cultures. We're walking through the parking lot of the Institute of Texas Culture.
And where did you take this car? What did you do?
Man, we were dumb. You know, we're 16. We thought we drove around for 3 days, first of all. And we got pulled over. Cops chased us. My friends were driving at that time. It took us 2013.
How often do you get to see your kids?
All the time.
That's amazing. So you're like a real active father. So, chasing your dreams.